like I'm floating through the air. The pain I felt is paid for, all is said and done. Oh, I am restricted, fixed upon the web. I need to kick the habit that my mind is breathing in. Break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless. Burning the bridge that keeps us. I'm here and I'm fearless. Exaggerated, that's what you assume. The story's over now, I must conclude. I am conflicted, watching where I step still, hanging in the balance. Not the life I want to live, I want to take it all. Standing tall, fear outweighed the person you are. Oh, break out, I've got to see. Spent all my life holding all of it closely. I played it innocent, a feel of discontent. I'm finally facing it all, fearless.
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
So yeah, we've got Grim Knight here, Dark Side. We're gonna be giving out a Grim Monolith to top 4. So pretty exciting prizing here. I can get this to cooperate with me. Apologize. Give me just one moment.
Whenever your heart is broken, don't ever forget you're golden. I will find the light in your soul, I'll be there. Never leaving you in the darkness, even when you're out of focus. I will be the light in your life, you'll see it clear. I'll be your inspiration, 'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told. I'll be your heart and does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Yeah, I've discussed it with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face, a certain weight, because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, it's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
Yeah. Unknown Brain. Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks for all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love every day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye.
lovely, now I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you finally, see you looking down and out. Coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music, I'm saying.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I let somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly up away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do why do I, baby, why do why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
Take me in slow, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lumps inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control.
Alrighty, guys. Sorry about that technical difficulty. Like I said, my name is Shelby. I'm going to be casting the Grim Knight here at Darkside for you guys. So we've got Kennen in seat 1, Sisse in seat 2, another Kennen in seat 3, and a Magda in seat 4. Looks like we've got Lance here on Kennen. Played City, looks like City of Brass, Elvish Mystic, and Pass. Well, we've got Sisse coming up. Maybe that's a Marsh Flats. Yeah, looks like that's probably the case. Going to a Scrubland, and my favorite alt art card that I have no idea what it is. Yeah, so then we've got Doug here in seat 3 on Kennen as well. He's going to be cracking that pulley. Oh, not Kennen. Kenrith. I apologize. We got Doug in seat 3 on Kenrith. Let's cracking a polluted Delta here. I'll get that fixed for you guys. It's going to be going for the Underground C pass. We got Magda in C4 going for another Dwarf pass. So we're playing a pretty good pace of play here. There, Game Link. So this is a competitive EDH. So we're trying to take the Commander format, crank it up to the highest power level it possibly can go, and see where it goes from there. So everybody's playing, fast as can be. So it looks like we got Lance in C1. He's taking the Kinnan pass, and then Sisei's got a turn 2 Ren 6. Gonna be playing that, getting back the fetch land, playing that as for churn, and then just shipping it on over. So as long as this Ren 6 stays in play, it's probably going to be a pretty good value engine. Typically not a big fan of the play pattern of Planeswalkers and Commander, but looks like there's not a ton of board impact here, so I think our Sisei player here is hoping for the Ren 6 to kind of stick, not get swung at or anything like that, and maybe start running away with the game, making the land drops, getting that Sisei out, and pumping it up. So, looks like Doug on Kenrith has got a Gaia's Cradle with no creatures, LED, and passing. So maybe his hand is not looking the best. Could be on a bit of a struggle bus here. So then we've got the Magda player playing the Magda, swinging a Kenrith here, and generating that treasure. Gets pretty scary pretty fast once it hits 5 treasures here. You can go off on your loop with your unwinding clock and kind of go to town. Probably not too scared of that Ren 6. Only gets to activate it once every 4 turns instead of every other turn. So that's probably why the attack wasn't directed there. I'm probably just trying to get the Adnaz life total knocked down just a touch here, but looks like we've got Lance back on the play with Kinnan here. He's played Rejuvenating Springs, kind of in the tank a little bit. Looking at 5 mana, so not quite Kinnan activation. Probably contemplating if he wants to swing at the Ren 6 or kind of knock that Kenrith life total down a little bit more, make that Naz a little less threatening. Elects to just pass, it looks like. So we've got the Sisei fetching in the end step, going for that Underground C. Maybe a Vamp Tutor coming out here, maybe a Mystical Tutor. Trying to get set up and get their wheels going. So it looks like that Ren 6 did stick around for a whole turn cycle. Gonna get some more value out of it. Get another fetch land back. Make sure draw an extra card. Get your land drop. This really kind of shows the power of Ren 6. Pretty terrifying card. Once it starts getting rolling, it can be kind of hard to deal with, especially when there's not a huge board presence. Sisei player is probably going to fetch for their land and look for their Sisei and kind of defend that Ren 6 with the Mana Dork and the Sisei. And it looks like there's a bit of interaction here in the Kenrith's hand. Swan Song, Vamp Tutor. Maybe in the end step they elect to Vamp Tutor. Feel as bad as it feels, maybe for their land drop, maybe for like a Soul Ring or something. Try to get those wheels rolling. They could cast the Kenrith and hope to get going. But a main phase Orcish Bowmaster coming down here for the Sisay player. It looks pretty terrifying in the Magda player's eyes, especially not picking off that mana dork from the developed Kinnan. Not a ton of draw power going around or anything like that, so maybe this Orcish Bowmaster won't see another trigger, or, you know. You've got a Soul Cauldron. Soul Cauldron can get pretty scary with the Sisay, especially it can come down and then you don't need to find your Wooburg mana, you just activate it for 5 of whatever flavor you're feeling today. So, get some colorless going. Then a swift draw pass from the Kenrith. So, yeah, Kenrith is really struggling on mana here. No mana producing land drops, stuck on essentially a 1-lander. With that Gaia's Cradle and no creatures, it's going to be a struggle. Then we've got another dwarf coming down, and looks like a vehicle for the Magda player. So if that Magda can come back out and get rolling, you can just start crewing away and generating as many treasures as you like. So it's a pretty good value engine for the Magda player to go ahead and have. Since, like I said, once that Magda gets to 5 treasures on board, it starts to get pretty scary. You can start going for your win condition. In step, we've got Kinnan tapping the Elvish Mystic here. Maybe looking at a Worldly Tutor. Nope, decides to pump fake. Pump fake everyone at the table, me included. So we got the Kinnan player is untapped and has drawn their card. Let's see here. Maybe in the tank, maybe looking for another rock. We're one step closer to that Kinnan activation. We're at 6 out of the 7 mana needed. So if we get a free rock or any way to generate 1 more mana, then we can start spinning that Kinnan and getting out of control pretty quick. I'm probably hoping to flip like a good draw engine, maybe a Consecrated Sphinx, or something to kind of lock the opponents out, like a Void Winnower. Not quite sure what this alt art is here. I'm a big fan of alt arts, I promise. You see 6 different arts for the same card come down. We got Kenrith coming out with a Dark Ritual here. I don't know what we're going to Dark Ritual into. Dark Ritual Oppo. Okay. It's pretty terrifying. That shuts down the Sisay player. It really shuts down the Magda player too. It kind of hoses most of the decks to the table, so it looks like Lance was going for some form of tutor here. Probably trying to politic and convince the Sisay player to interact with the Oppo agent and kind of figure out what's going on here. Why are you letting this Oppo stick? It hoses both of us, But so Kenrith is gonna get to tutor through Kennan's library and find a card relevant to this tutor here, and hopefully get their ball rolling. Maybe they can find something that'll generate a little bit more mana for them. Okay, so it looks like it was for Artifact Tutor. So that Basalt is gone for the Kinnan player, so no longer going to be, for the time being, going to be able to go infinite with that, with the Basalt and make infinite colorless. So that's probably why the Sisei elected to let it stick, let it hit the table, kind of see where it's going. Maybe Lance will be able to hit his land drop next turn here and kind of cobble something together by starting to spin the cannon and maybe ball out of control a little bit and get going. Really in this position looking for a draw engine, but with that Renin 6 pinging off the Lightning Rails with or Elvish Mystic, one of the two, with the -1, here it's gonna be pretty devastating. He's now 2 more mana off of that cannon activation, so I think the unsung hero here is actually might be Magda. If they've got some form of removal for this Oppo agent, they can recast their Magda next turn, crew for 3 more treasures, and kind of get going. Generate a lot of mana. Hopefully have a lot of resources to deal with this board state from the Kennen, or from the Kenrith rather, of just an Oppo agent and a Gaia's Cradle. So, but Kenrith is kind of holding strong with the Swan Song and the Vamp Tutor here. Maybe he'll be able to kind of sneak through and Oppo beats through the game, but with the board state the way it is, I don't see that happening. Just kind of draw go from the Kenrith player. The only impact they've made is the Dark Red Oppo, which is a pretty scary play a lot of the time. Turns off fetches, it turns off almost the entirety of the Sisei deck, it turns off the Magda. So it looks like we do have a land. We're going to recast the Magda. Especially after demonstrating that the Sisei player is willing to downtick the Renin 6 to get rid of that Magda. Maybe you sandbag it a little bit, but the Magda player probably has some form of interaction or a line that I can't see right here, so we'll put the faith in them. I think they're contemplating attacks here, but no attacks. We just pass it on over to Lance on Kennen. So he's gonna get to draw a card. If he draws something like a Mox Amber or a Chrome Mox, then get pretty dicey for the rest of the table. But it looks like he whiffs and just has to say draw go, while the Agatha's activates and exiles that mana dork. So now this just has a lot of mana to work with the bowman, the Orc army, and the Sisei now being able to tap for a green mana. But with the Oppo in play, the Sisei activation isn't very meaningful. So now we've passed on back to the Sisei here, who they have the option to go for that downtick and ping off the Magda. That's probably pretty scary for them. There's not much value here in the uptick and buyback the fetch land with that Oppo in play. And it looks like we're targeting something on the Magda's board. I assume it's the Magda. And so we're going to have a couple of crews here in response. Yeah, it looks like we're... Under Oppo is a Basalt Monolith. There was an artifact tutor that came out from the Kennen that got sniped by a Dark Red Oppo. So the Kennen was representing infinite mana with that. Okay, so we've got a Mockingbird coming down for X's 1. Is that a Mockingbird? So I'm not quite sure. Maybe we copy the Dork. Keep our game plan going. And then Kenrith finally hits that third land drop after going draw pass for a couple of turns. So we'll see if they can finally get something going on with their... Get a Vamp Tutor in hand and a Swan Song, so now you can freely instep Vamp Tutor without much fear of your Oppo getting interacted with. So they're able to just kind of hold hold up their game plan and say go to the Magda player who's staring down this Oppo, and now their Magda costs 6 mana and pretty scary. Got a Misha's Workshop coming down on the Magda side. Misstep a Mockingbird. If X is 1 or higher, you cannot. The only time you can misstep a Mockingbird is X is 0, as it's a 1-drop on the stack. If you put any mana into X, it modifies the mana value of the card, so it can no longer be hit by misstep. Modifies the mana value on the stack, I should specify. So, looks like the Magda player's tanking a little bit here. Maybe politicking, hey, we need to get rid of this Kinnan. But we've got this Oppo that is still just hosing all 3 other decks at the table here. So maybe this Dark Red Oppo comes through. Really keeping that hand off the strength of that opposition agent, and hoping it goes coast to coast against these 3 decks that really need to tutor to win the game. Kind of needing to find Basalt Monolith, and the only scary part is if they have enough mana to start activating Kinnan, then the Oppo doesn't really do too much for them. But looks like it's working out here. So really, really good play to hold that Dark Red Oppo. We got the mech coming in here at the Renin 6. Gonna knock it down a touch, say, hey, if you want to start pinging off my board, then you're gonna have to sacrifice that Renin 6. Get rid of your value engine. There's no more picking up your fetches from the graveyard. None of that nonsense. So we've just got a crew hit the Renin 6 and pass after playing that Misha's Workshop. Very explosive card, but it doesn't look like we've got any super big artifacts that can come down from the Magda and possibly impact this board. So we've shipped it on over to the Kinnan, to Lance on Kinnan, who's tapping 4 here. He's going to play a Glenalandra, so saying, hey, if we're going to slow this game down, I'm going to put a flyer on the board, and I'll make it really, really hard. Well, it looks like the Mockingbird was a copy of the Kinnan, so we get a Kinnan activation here out of the Sisei deck. Seems like a pretty good spot to be in. Even though you whiffed, you're getting to kind of filter through your cards a little bit and kind of figure out what's going on. So we're going to buy this back, maybe slam this Mox Diamond down and pitch that fetch. And Mox Diamond off the top is a pretty good draw. Keep developing our mana, especially we've got the Fierce in hand. To kind of keep our pieces protected. Lets you fight back against the Kenrith player here that's got a Swan Song in hand to defend this Oppo agent, and it's about all they've got going on. So Sisei is going to come in at Magda and start chipping a little bit more. Maybe that Mishra's Workshop is a pretty scary piece, saying, hey, look at me, I've got 6 artifact mana in just my lands, and I can drop a 10 drop artifact if I need to, between the lands and the treasures here. So we've just got the Mox Diamond, chip in at Magda, and say go to the Kenrith player. Can't quite tell what they've drawn for turn. Looks like they're in the tank just a touch here. So we've got a Thassa's Oracle in hand and a Vamp Tutor. So we're looking for one more black mana source, And we're off to the races from the Kenrith side. He can try to jam that Thoracle Consult or Thoracle Tainted Pact win, and maybe sneak in under this really terrifying board state that's come from the Kinnan and from the Magda and the Sisay player. Looks like the Magda's gonna drop a Karn, 4-drop Karn here that turns off artifacts. Not really too impactful on the current board. You can tick it up and kind of get rid of that Mox Diamond. Yeah, it looks like that's what we are going to be doing. We're going to activate it and target the Mox Diamond to get that out of the way. Gives Sisay a little bit less to work with, especially with these Kinnan activations coming through. Likely going to come through again on Lance's instep here on Kinnan. So if there's a swing in here and an activation of Kinnan, so maybe going to try to find a big blocker here. Jump in front of this mech and get rid of that engine that we've got going. Looks like that's possibly an Emil coming off of the Kinnan activation, so it could be a pretty spooky card. But with Dockside out of the picture and no Derevi on site, no Cradle, no Derevi, can't tutor him up right now because that Oppo, it's not that scary of a card as is. So looks like this swing we're talking about, should I block, should I not, or thinking about it. Looks like they're gonna let the Ren and 6 go ahead and get poked off here by this mech. So it's pretty strong Ren and 6. You bought back 3 lands and got to ping a dork in the Magda. So pretty strong turn 2 play here from that Sisay. Finally hitting the bin. What's the card? Let's say that isn't Bowmaster. It's a mana dork of some kind. I can't tell what the mana dork is, but I think it might be a Birds of Paradise. It cast the Ren and 6 on turn 2, so along with that Savannah. So I imagine it's a Birds of Paradise. It's just not an alternate art that I recognize, unfortunately. So it looks like we're just hitting our land drops with Sisay, and yeah, I agree. It's a very wild art. I think my biggest gripe is these alt arts are just kind of getting out of control. You can never tell what's going on anymore. Like the Kinnan jammed. I assume it's a Fabricate or some sort of artifact tutor, and I couldn't tell, so we've got some attacks coming out from the Sisay here. Maybe they're gonna start poking that Kenrith down a little more, try to entice a block out of the Oppo, or something along those lines. Hopefully get their game plan rolling. They're kind of bottlenecked here by the Sisay not being able to activate. So we've got the Kinnan copy swinging along with Emil and Sisay. Still kind of considering our attacks here. So it looks like they are coming in at the Magda players. So the Magda player is going to like to spend some sort of interaction. Again, another alt art that I can't write. I assume it's a lightning bolt, with it being one red mana spent. Probably going to target that Mockingbird. That's a copy of the Kinnan, so that it'll... Okay, so we've got all attacks coming in here at Karn. So maybe we're gonna force that Fierce Guardianship out, but that might entice the Kenrith to interact with this Fierce Guardianship. Maybe spin the Swan Song on it. I imagine you want to try to hold that up for your game plan, but yeah. So we've got Kennen copied down. So we got Emil and Sisse cracking in here. Yeah, so we're gonna knock that Karn down to 2 loyalty left. Still a little bit of a menace. That Kenrith rips the land drop off the top, so now they're able to kind of threaten their game plan of instant Vamp Tutor, maybe find a Tainted Pact, play around Misstep a little bit, and Thorkel Tainted Pact, and kind of go to town here. So maybe that's our Kenrith players only out to this game right now. Their situation's looking pretty grim. Yeah, it's a pretty stacked hand. They just they unfortunately went to turn 1 fetch Underground Sea, turn 2 play a guy who's created one an LED and pass, and that's kind of where they've been at. Held up that Vamp Tutor Oppo to kind of hose the Sisse and Magda decks. So it was really, really awkward coming down on turn 2. They had no creatures in play, so it made it pretty tough for them to kind of get their game plan rolling. But once they got the Oppo out, they were able to hit their 3rd land drop, and now they finally hit their 4th land drop. So it looks like we're going to find this Trop. Probably hold up our instant Vamp Tutor. I don't see it getting through the Thoracle line, especially with the Gwen Alondra on play from the Kinnan, and the Sisse player has a Fierce Guardianship in hand that they can also, interact with what the Kenrith's going to try to do here. Looks like they're just shy of being able to do everything they want, but with this Oppo slowing the game down as much as it has, and the Kenrith player not getting poked at or anything like that, it kind of feels like, the world is their oyster. So we're passing with a full grip, holding up any sort of interaction, holding up our Vamp Tutor, whatever we may need to do. If the Kinnan player taps out, there's a world where we can sneak this Thoracle console line in and get to where we need to go. So we've got the Magda player untapping here. So it looks like we're talking about. Okay, so we plussed and killed the LED here. It's another pretty solid line. It makes the breach lines a little more awkward, especially only having that mana confluence. But so the Karn should be at 5 loyalty here. kind of in the tank here on what they're gonna do. They don't have to worry about Ren and 6 pinging their Magda off anymore. So maybe we jam the Magda and get our treasure engine back online with this mech and or dwarf started generating 2 treasures a turn. I'm not sure if Donald's still involved here. I know Benedict, he's kind of handling the streaming stuff, and he just asked me if he could have me come on and commentate for him because he knew I wasn't going to be playing today. He runs the cardboard content channel here, as you see on the mats. So I can definitely get that question answered for you between rounds and get back to you on that. So it looks like we've got a draw from our Kinnan player here. Just a draw go. So we've got instep probably activating the Emil here to blink the Bowmaster. We can actually double activate it and kill the Oppo. And oh yeah, absolutely. I actually moved here to Vegas a couple of years ago, and it's been a really cool store to have come to, and I think I picked a good first store for the LGS once moving here. The staff's great, and the community's great, so anytime you're local in Vegas, definitely recommend coming over here to Darkside. They've got really good single selection, everybody's super friendly, and good place to be. But it looks like the Magda's revealing a piece of bolt interaction here that they could use in response to this flicker on the Bowmaster. So I'm not sure if the table's going to try to convince... The Kenrith is definitely going to try to convince them to shut this down, but if that Sisse player gets to untap, they get to kind of just go crazy. You know, they get to find Derevi. Derevi will enter, untap a land, and then they should be able to tutor once again and find that guy's cradle and start to go crazy. Especially with that Agatha's Soul Cauldron, the Sisse doesn't cost anything to activate. Bit of a pump fake on the Kinnan. Maybe gonna try to Psych Rift the Bowmaster, make it a bit more awkward. But the only problem with the bolt here is that the Sisse player can protect the Bowmaster and then just try to do it again in the end step.
Reese's.
Once it backs around. Once the turn cycle comes back around. So, you know, it's not a great spot to be in. You really need 2 pieces of interaction to get rid of this Bowmaster. And if the piece of interaction from Kinnan is just a bounce, then the bolt on the Bowmaster, flicker it again, it comes back down, pings off the dwarf, and then it gets bounced. They just get to replay and flicker for 1 less mana, maybe hold up a Flusterstorm or a Swan Song or some piece of interaction. And see kind of where they get to go. It looks like Sisse's in a really, really dominant position in this game, looking to hopefully wrap it up here soon. As we've got just about a half hour left on the clock, this player should get a either 10 or 15 minute extension due to some technical difficulties we had, not allowing them to start on time. So they've got right around 45 minutes. So this slow game, Sisse is great at playing. If they can kind of get rid of this oppo, then they'll be super golden. Okay, so Kenrith is holding priority here on the Emil activation targeting the Bowmaster. So I think the Magna player is going to bolt the Bowmaster, which will probably elicit a Emil second flicker on the Bowmaster. No, we're just going to go ahead and spin that Fierce. So this will give the Kenrith player an opportunity to fire their Swansong off, or we'll sack the Gwenalandra. Okay. Then we're going to flicker the Bowmaster again. And Lance is going to fire off. Maybe a slip out the back. Gonna phase it out. Oh no, we've exiled it and made a 4/4. Okay, so we've got rid of this Emil, so the Sisse is still in a good position, but definitely getting less and less dominant as the turns go by. So it looks like we're still kind of politicking here in the Kennen player's end step before we get back to that Sisse player's turn. Maybe hoping we can deal with the Sisse or something along those lines, but so we're gonna ping off the Gwenalandra here. So that second Emil flicker did resolve on the Bowmaster, letting the Sisse player come back down and flicker that, or ping that Gwenalandra and get it kind of out of the way. But you've got to think that the Kenrith player has a ton of interaction here. All they've done is land go. Outside of the Dark Red Oppo agent, they're sitting on 7 cards in hand. But a Ristic Study off the top for the Sisse player is going to make it pretty tough to fight through. As anytime someone does something, they'll get to the Sisse player will get to draw a card and kind of claw back from that 2 piece of interaction blowout on the Emil and the Bowmaster. Looks like the Kenrith player is trying to convince the Sisse player to come in at the Karn instead of, I assume, at them. Hopefully get a little bit of goading for free here. Hey, don't look at me. I've done nothing. Look at the Magna player here with a Misha's Workshop, a ton of treasures, and a Corn in play. Nobody can use their artifacts and everything like that. So, however, this could definitely be less than ideal if that Karn does get killed here, because the Agathas can activate and exile the Gwenalandra, giving basically every creature on the Sisse player's board the ability to counter a non-creature spell. We do have a City of Brass, and then so we do have 3 blue sources. Got Underground, Sea of Tundra, and a City of Brass. So it looks like we are coming in at this Karn here. The Magda player is gonna be tanking on if they should just throw their dwarf in front of it, or they should do something else. It does look like we're gonna throw the dwarf probably in front of the 5/5 here that's coming in, threatening the Karn kill. It really puts doing this, I think, really does put Kenrith in the driver's seat here. As long as that Rhystic Study can kind of hit the board, though, I think the Sisay might be in a pretty good spot. Yeah, so we've got Rhystic Study coming down here. If there's any sort of interaction, maybe the Swan Song finally comes down. Now we're gonna have Vamp Tutor, maybe Vamp Tutor into Swan Song, try to bait out the activation of the Agathos on the Guanalandra, but Vamp Tutor going through here. I'm kind of curious to see what we pick up on the Kenrith side. Having a little bit of mana trouble, so we know that they don't have their 5th land drop here, so they're kind of stuck on 4 mana. Kind of stuck on 4 mana. I can't really get a whole lot going. Maybe they get their own Rhystic Study. They can jam their Rhystic Study and pay that tax and hopefully get going. Putting them in an even better position. You know, the 7 down to 6 cards in hand now. Did you see a Gilded Drake in there too? So maybe we can Gilded Drake, take the Sisay, then we're not worried about our Oppo. Kind of hitting the dirt here. As we still figure out what we wanna get off of this Vamp Tutor. Yeah, having the oh, I apologize. They can't activate the Cauldron on that Guanalandra. Yeah, Kenrith still kind of tanking on what they want to get. I think that maybe tutoring for their own Rhystic Study could be a good line, but having that Thoracle in hand, you never know, especially now that the Soul Cauldron still can't activate, targeting that Guanalandra, so there's no worry about the non-creature counter. Sisay's pretty low on cards, so they get to draw 2 cards before your possible Tainted Pact resolves, but after the Fierce is spent, Sisay doesn't play a ton of interaction. Maybe they'll be able to kind of sneak this through. So it does look like the Rhystic Study stuck and that it got back to the Kenrith player. So kind of in the tank, should I go for it? Should I not? Once again, with this Oppo staying down, it kind of beats up on these possible tutors for free interaction or anything like that, but it looks like we got an abrupt decay. Okay, we're firing it off. We're going for the Thoracle line. Sisay draws a Mana Dork, so no piece of interaction there. Kind of banking on the Kennen to step up to bat, but don't know that they'll have any additional interaction, especially after their Gwynalandra's gone. So the Thoracle does stick, and with the trigger on the stack, we're going to go for the Tainted Pact. You get to draw one more card, see if they get somewhere, and they do pull it off the top, an offer you can't refuse, off the top. That is back-breaking for the Kenrith player here, especially with as little interaction as Sisay usually plays. It is a brutal way to have your win stopped. So missing that extra land drop, that Swan Song kind of rotting away in hand here is looking really bad for the Kenrith player. So they do have a green mana floating still, so maybe they should have paid for that Rhystic Study, that last Rhystic Study trigger, with that floating green, that extra green mana off that Cradle. It's very easy to miss small things like that. So the Kenrith player just kind of contemplating life a little bit, and it's going to hit the bin, and they get their 2 treasures. So we've got 2 treasures and a green mana here, still available for the Kenrith. They probably just missed that green mana. That Cradle's been tapping for 1 green the entire game, and it's kind of stuck in their head. So we got 2 treasures and a pass off that Kenrith. We're resolving the Thoracle trigger here, getting to pseudo Scry 2. So we get to choose at least one of these 2 cards, put up to 1 on top and the rest on bottom, and does elect to keep one of them. So hopefully we'll be able to find some way to cobble a win back together on the Kenrith side here, but definitely a costly misstep. So maybe we got Magda coming down with another land go. Probably it's where they've been for a bit. They've got, looks like 1 card in hand, so just kind of living their best life. Especially with this one attempt being stopped, I think the Sisay is very dominantly in the driver's seat here. They've got a Rhystic Study, Bowmaster. They're not really scared of too much. They just need to find a way to get rid of that Oppo agent, and then they can possibly get their ball rolling, combo off with Sisay. So we've got the Magda player tanking here after their land drop. Probably considering if they should recast their Magda for the 3rd time this game and hope it doesn't get pinged off again. Gonna elect to just pass over to Lance on Kennen here. So let's see, still just a land drop and a rock away from being able to activate this Kennen, but stuck on 4 lands is pretty brutal. You just got draw go. Sisay's gonna find another fetch that's off from that Oppo agent, but seen it before, probably forget that it's on the board and just fetch away. Doesn't look like that's the case. The Sisay is gonna swing in here, probably at the Karn again. No, we're coming in at the Kenrith player who's already kind of spent all their gas on this Thoracle Tainted Pact play that got stopped. So do you want me to turn it on? Alright, so it looks like we got back to the Kenrith player who's played their own Rhystic Study. I'm going to let them draw.
That's not safe for the Magda player.
Absolutely not. No. The Magda player is going to...
If I was Magda, I would just wait until I got the win.
Yeah, definitely agree. Especially with how gummed up the board seat is. But this Oppo is a real pain to this Magda. So it looks like we drew a castable artifact that Misha's Workshop finally getting tapped after coming down on turn 4. Let's see.
Maybe One Ring?
One Ring would be a pretty strong card to come down in this spot.
It could be any of the artifacts that
Yeah, it could
Magda
be,
needs.
Could be a One Ring. They could... I would say Trinisphere, but they tap 4 mana for it.
Yeah. It could be the Untapper.
Yeah, the Unwinding Clock.
Not Unwinding Clock. Clock of Omens.
Clock of Omens, that one. I always get the two confused.
I think Kinnan is in a terrible spot right now.
I think so as well. After they've missed...
So it was Clock of Omens.
Yep, we got Clock of Omens coming down. The Kennen players missed 3 or 4 land drops here, so after getting there.
Looks like he paid for a wrist stick on both players.
So where do we go from here? We're on 5 mana.
I'm not really sure what that
Yeah.
is. Looks like a proxy of some kind.
Yeah, it looks like a proxy. Paying for the Sisse players' Rhystic Study and not the...
That might be a Goblin Welder.
That was my first thought too, was it was a Goblin Welder. But there aren't any crucial artifacts here in the Magda player's bin to kind of pick back up.
Yeah, I think he missed an opportunity of uptaking Karn twice. Last turn and then this turn.
Last turn, I believe it
Because he
did
got-
get upticked to
Oh,
fill
2/5?
off an LED.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Because the draw off the Kenrith player's Rhystic Study allowed for a Bowmaster trigger. They probably pinged the Karn. So a Drannith coming down now. So this really gummed up board between two Rhystic Studies, an Oppo, and now a Drannith.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be some kind of... Someone's going to try to Psych Rift or something, overload,
Yeah.
and push a win somewhere here.
Yeah, that would definitely be the best line. But with the artifact mana being kind of turned off by this Karn, it makes it a little more tough for that Psych Rift line to come through.
So if you're the Sisse player, do you even attack this Karn? Karn is protecting yourself. It turns off your Cauldron,
It turns off your Cauldron,
but you're
which
not
gives you
instantly
access.
losing to the Kenrith.
Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of a wonky spot because you can, if you can get rid of the Karn, then your Cauldron's online to exile that Glenalandra. Then it gives pretty much all of your creatures on board, pay a blue, counter target non-creature spell.
Yeah.
So especially when you're just continuously cracking in for 5 damage, slow but steady game plan.
I think maybe if Doug plays this a little slow, he can get out of this.
Maybe, but the abrupt decay is going to come down here on the cauldron.
So I'm guessing the Karn is getting
Yeah, that's
pressured. Otherwise, I don't know if this is what this is really even doing.
I think maybe we would want to wait, and we can pay with the treasure, but the Karn is gonna get killed by this 5/5 here.
True. Look, glancing at his hand, he has a lot of interaction.
Yeah, he's been holding a swan song from day one. So
He also has a quarter calling in his hand.
you got looked like a survival as well. There's a Gilded Drake off the top.
This could look like a push to win soon.
Yeah, another push through from the Kenrith player.
He could steal the. There's a lot of choices, to be honest.
There are.
He could steal the Kinnan. He could take the Granith and push for a win.
Yeah, you can take the Dranith and try to push for maybe a breach line. You can take the Kennan's mana neutral and kind of turns off any fierce that might come from the Kennan side. Since this is the only one of the two to have played fierce so far, it could even turn on a potential fierce you could draw here. But we're electing to just go for the survival of the fittest. I'm gonna risk trigger. Probably considering paying for it. Let's see if we let the Sisse player keep drawing.
What do
Looks
you
like
think
we
about
do.
playing that Clock of Omens on the Magda side?
I think you want to kind of sandbag it until
pretend you're dead
and
or
pretend
something.
you're just kind of play dead until you can get rid of that Oppo, jam your Magda, and kind of go to town.
I agree with that.
But so we got the survival tutor coming out, discarding Displacer Kitten here. Gonna go find a creature of our choosing. Get it to our hand. So kind of wonder what Kenrith's gonna tutor for here. Maybe you could eye up that Ranger Captain, but you don't have double white to cast it anymore. We spent the treasure on the survival tutor.
I don't like revealing cards while you're
maybe
still
pull 'em to the
tutoring.
front, but
Yeah.
it looks like that is the card we're gonna go with. So possibly going back in.
I mean, I jammed the Gilded Drake here.
Almost certainly. I think you might want to jam the Gilded Drake, and
There's a world you can take the Sisse also.
you could also you could take the Sisse or the Drana seems fine.
There's three
'cause-
big choices.
Yeah, because Sisse is kind of hosed right now by the Oppo. Kinnan hasn't done anything for 3 turns other than cast a Glenalandra. And
Okay, so Doug passes. He's a little weary, I'm guessing.
probably a little scared of letting
Someone pushing for a win.
wants to keep those kind of stacks pieces in play, the Dranath, the Oppo. So if we've come back to Magda, who has a Clock of Omens and a vehicle, and 2 cards in hand maybe. So I think you want to try to continue playing dead as much
Looks
as
like
you
he
can.
passed, yeah.
So we're just passing on over to the Kennan player. So it really comes down to how the Kenrith and the Sisse want to interact with each other, I think. And the Kennan player, maybe with the Karn gone, could have drawn a Mox Amber that they've been sandbagging for a while.
I mean, if you're Kenrith, your counter spells have to protect the Oppo, or I think he dies on the spot.
Yeah, I agree. So it looks like we've got 8 coming in over at the Kenrith player. Trying to pressure that life total.
What is the other token? One's an Orc Army.
Orc Army. It got, I think it's a 4/4 elemental. It exiled Emil and made a 4/4.
Okay. Oh, I see a
So,
resculpt. So it is a red-blue
Yeah.
4/4 elemental. Okay.
Thank you. I couldn't remember the name of that card. Looks like we're survival pitching birds to tutor for our own Orcish Bowmaster. Maybe we play the Bowmaster, ping their Bowmaster, and chump block their army.
This is a little scary.
It's definitely pretty spooky. So we are going to play our own Bowmaster here on the Kenrith side. Let the Sisay player draw another card from their Ristic Study here.
So if this pings the opposition agent and Sisay keeps casting spells, you have to decide not to draw anything, right?
You would have to ping their Bowmaster here. That way you
Yep.
can keep drawing cards. And not worry about the oppo getting...
So this Orc Army should be a 5. Because he casted Bowmaster into the Ristic? Oh, no.
No,
You're right.
Yeah.
The other way
It
around.
stays at 4/4.
It still
but
stays
we
4.
chump one of the 4/4s, take 4 here, and...
Maybe he doesn't even need a chump there.
I think it's okay to chump with the Ristic out, because you get your token back almost immediately the first time you cast a spell.
Yeah, but the Gaia's Cradle mana might be quite important.
Yeah. So maybe we jam another creature in here, or
3.
I'm just gonna tap for 3 here. So I wonder where we go from here. 3 and a black, I assume, to cast. Yeah.
Okay.
So we've got a green floating. Are we going to use that green to pay for that Ristic Study? No.
Drew a card, so you should
Draw
have a
card.
ping.
So we have a Bowmaster trigger on the stack. We'll see where it goes.
You shoot the Ignoble
We
here?
Start. Maybe. You know what? Is this Force of Vigor coming down? Force of Vigor targeting, I assume, Ristic in the survival. Magda doing a really good job of, hey, don't look at me. You know, even though I jammed my Clock of Omens, I don't have much going on. Yeah, so it looks like we're gonna take down both the survival and the Ristic.
That's weird. The Bowmaster didn't trigger, it doesn't look like.
Yeah, it looks like a missed trigger from the Bowmaster here. Maybe Doug gonna look for another piece to get the...
Looks like he could have had another win attempt if he blocked with the Oracle the turn before. Yeah, I guess you can just sack it.
Yeah, you can sack it now. You have a Necromancy in hand. Where do we go from there? Is that a Consult in their hand that they have? Or...
Nope. Maybe the sequencing was wrong here.
Possibly. Maybe Doug is a little flustered after.
It can happen right here, though. On this draw, he pings, makes a treasure, and or he makes an Orc Army and a Squirrel here. That should be infinite mana.
Okay. Yeah, we got the Chatterfang.
And then I think you could play the
So maybe taking that draw.
you can
could have
play
been
the Gilded Drake,
incorrect. Yeah.
and then play your Kenrith and win. I see a win line here. I'm not sure he sees it, but maybe he does. I'll give him benefit of doubt. Oh, where's the Chatterfang?
I think so. I think the Magda player might be reading the Chatterfang currently. I saw it get picked up. Yes, the Magda player is reading the Chatterfang right now. So looks like maybe Kenrith gonna push through yet another win attempt here.
Yeah. Looks real close.
This Chatterfang hits the board. It's a crazy way to come back after kind of getting blown out by that offer you can't refuse. In the,
Oh,
the
so he
earlier
pinged the
turn.
Dranith, it looks like.
Yeah, the Dranith does have 1 damage marked on it.
It's hard to believe that the Sisay player doesn't have an answer for this, since they can't really do much but hold up mana,
Yeah,
and they've been drawing a lot of cards.
I could see them not having interaction though. With as little interaction as Sisay usually plays, they've already spent offer and fierce guardianship.
But they do play swords and abrupt
Yeah.
decays and assassin's trophies, so there's stuff. Oh, I see a mind break from the Kinnan. Oh, I think he just got convinced to mind break this.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh-oh.
So we've got another Orcish Bowmaster trigger here, putting another damage on the Dranith.
And I think he has a Swan Song over here.
Maybe we should have sacrificed. Yeah. Maybe we should have sacrificed
Orc
the
army
token
for
in
another
response
treasure.
to the trigger for
Yeah.
another treasure.
So he could be up 2 more mana here
Yeah,
instead
that
of 1.
way we have 1 extra mana. We can cast the Swan Song and pay for the Ristic, because
Yeah.
I'm sure the Sisay player is convinced they can. And hey, I don't have any interaction. You should, kind
True.
of throw this Mind Break trap out. So maybe another small misstep from Kenrith
So
here,
Sisay decided not to draw it because it would
because
kill
of
the Dranith.
Yeah. So it looks like the Chatterfang is still on the stack here. Is Chatterfang resolved? Yeah, it looks like Chatterfang is resolved, so we're going to sack the Orc army, make a treasure, and then make a squirrel and a treasure. And so now we've got effectively infinite mana if there's no interaction here. I know it's, you can only make...
It's going to cost him 8 life
Yeah.
minimum to get Kenrith out. Well, no, it's going to cost him 10 mana to get Kenrith out
Yep.
and gain 5 life. Then he can go.
But we've got Necromancy, Gilded Drake, and can't tell what the third card is.
It almost looks like back to basics, but I don't think so.
I don't think it would be back to basics here. Okay, so we're gonna shortcut 5 more treasures. I'm gonna cast the Gilded Drake here. So we're gonna pay for the Ristic Study, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, he has it. He
You've got-
should be down 1 more life than if. Oh, no. If he wants to get Kenrith out, he gets to go
Yeah.
down a little bit more, but. I think everybody's out right now of cards.
I think so.
Like,
So where do we go from here if...
I mean, if Magda exactly has a red blast, then
If
he can
Magda
stop.
has a red blast, we can... There's also a role where we can instant speed Necromancy this Glenalandra, and...
Is Glenalandra in play?
Glenalandra is currently in Kennan's graveyard,
Oh,
so we could Necromancy the Glenalandra, but it looks like there was no red blast to stop the Gilded Drake here. So we are casting our Kenrith.
I think he's just gave it haste.
Okay.
He's going to gain 5 life. So he's netting 2 treasure every.
Yeah, so now we demonstrate that we have infinite mana through the Chatterfang and the sacrifice. Make a treasure creature here.
Sisay's hand does not look good.
And now, so as long as nobody has any interaction here, yep, looks like we're picking it up. The Kenrith player able to squeak it through, despite, that small misstep earlier with the Thoracle line and not paying for that very last Ristic Study trigger. So Doug here on Kenrith going to be able to scoop up a win, even through the...
All right. We'll see you guys in round 2.
Yep. Thanks. We'll see you in round 2.
It's broken by design, can't live life without some pain, yeah. And I know I'll keep running, no, I'll be something you won't see me coming. I keep punching, I grow, I keep hunting. No, I need nothing, supposed to be something so close to me. Jumping down in the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm so low, cause I don't know if I'm alone, if I'm unknown. But I won't go, no I won't go. You ain't never gonna slow me down, cause I feel alive now. Think I'm gonna go insane. Always on the grind, but still everything's the same. I'm sick of wasting time, wish I didn't feel this way. But with this kind of mind, I will figure out my lane, yeah. It's the highs and the lows, the change and the woes. All the fame on the coast and the pain no one knows. I want the time just to slow, my mind's feeling low. Say I'm fine, but I know that I might be alone. In the worst kind of way. You took all of my time and didn't give it back to me. Wasn't enough, and I don't know what to say. You wanna fall in love, but don't wanna feel the pain. And I'm so low, cause I don't know if I'm alone, if I'm unknown. But I won't go, no I won't go. You ain't never gonna slow me down, cause I feel alive now.
Everybody, welcome back to Grim Night at Darkside. We're going into round 2 now. Had a small time extension for the players due to some technical difficulties that we had, but now we're getting into resolving mulligans. Get this to work for me. My name's Shelby. I'm here casting for Darkside for this the Grim Night event for them. Glad to be here for you guys. While we resolve mulligans here, looks like we've got seat 1 is going to be Tim Necrom, seat 2 Magda, seat 3 Magda, and seat 4 Tim Necrom. So we've got a ton of variety in this pod. Got our Tim Necrom player. Looks like they're resolving their mulligan. We've got Magda going to 6 here. Magda number 1 going to 6 here. Looks like Magda number 2 possibly keeping their second 7. And Tim Necrom in seat 4 is resolving another mulligan here. So let's see how this is gonna pan out. It's gonna come down to the 2 Tim Necrom players here, looking to stop the Magda players from going off too quickly. But with the limited amount of interaction that they have, it's gonna be a little difficult, I think. So maybe we'll see Magda run away with this game here. So looks like we've got Magda in seat 2 going down to a 5 here. Maybe they'll just be able to go Dwarf pass, Magda pass, and then play a vehicle and get off to the races. So we've got a Timnacrom in seat 1 is keeping their second 7 here. So Magda finding a 5 that they can live with and work with that. So if you're in one of the Magda players' positions, it looks pretty scary to have 2 Timnacroms on 7 cards staring it down on the other side of the table, but I'm sure they'll be able to work through something and kind of get going. Let's try to sneak a peek here at Benedict's hand on Timnacrom here. So it looks like we're keeping here. We got Mox Diamond and a Marsh Flats. We'll see what, and then just a pass. So Benedict possibly holding up some interaction. Let's see where we can go. We got a Soul Ring here from the second seat Magda player. Looks like a pretty solid start. Maybe you can go turn 2 Magda and a vehicle in the same turn. Start generating those treasures end of turn. Then the same from the other Magda player. We got Land Soul Ring. So only a pretty fast start from both these Magda players. Seat 3's even got a Mana Vault to come along with that Soul Ring. So maybe we can get a construct down here after a Magda and a construct and a vehicle if we're able to go fast enough. Just kind of sneak under these Timnacroms that are possibly keeping a little greedier mulligans now that there's no Ristic Study in the format. Now Benedict feeling a little left out here, the only person without a Soul Ring start, while this Seat 4 Timnacrom gets off to the races with Soul Ring into a Talisman into a Mox Opal. So holding up 2 mana, gonna be untapping with 5 mana on their next turn. Maybe be able to play a Crom, go ahead and jam Timno, whatever they need to do. They've got the game at their fingertips. So we've got an in-step fetch here coming out from Benedict. Maybe gonna find a Surveil land, try to get something going. Hopefully fix that draw. Maybe try to catch up to these other players that he feels like he's falling so far behind with. Eyeing up a Godless Shrine right now. So maybe not playing that Surveil land. But let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to take one quick look back through the deck and make sure, am I actually playing a Surveil land here, or am I going to have to settle for this tapped Godless Shrine that he's eyeing up? Yep, there it is, the Undercity Sewers. So I'm going to get to instep, fetch for our blue black source, and get to surveil the top card of our deck. These surveillance have continued to prove themselves and just come in super clutch. Very powerful lands to be able to fetch and instep get a bit of card selection for free. So it's pay a life and basically draw a card, surveil one. You're taking a card out of your deck and getting to possibly bend the top card here. Well, it looks like we want to keep it on top and cast Enlightened Tutor. So not something that Benedict wants to draw, but also not something that they want to bend. So not quite sure what we've got sitting on top of the deck here. But no mental misstep as shown by the 3 Soul Rings sneaking through. or the 2 Soul Rings sneaking onto this other Timnacron player. So, kind of curious what we look for here. Maybe it's a Rhystic Study. Yep, and that's exactly what it is. We're gonna instep Enlightened Tutor for our Rhystic Study and get our draw engine in play and bring that name Blue Farm to the table here. Start farming those cards, drawing cards, draw interactions, stop the other players, and jam a Breach or a Consult line on your turn. So Benedict going to get to untap here. I assume they're going to be playing a land and casting their Rhystic Study, hoping to not see a Red Blast out of the Timnacron player here. To their right in seat 4, we've got Chrome Mox here. We'll line up that copy artifact that we're going to pitch. Yeah, so we're going to exile a copy artifact to this Chrome Mox. So electing to not go with maybe pitch the Flusterstorm, cast the copy artifact, and or cast the copy artifact, make a copy of the Soul Ring, cast Chrome Mox, pitch Flusterstorm, maybe develop your mana a little more while getting that Rhystic Study down. But this line of play here, it does play around Mindbreak Trap. However, we do have the Bowmaster coming down from the other Timnacron player, so it's going to be pretty brutal to keep trying to draw those cards with that Bowmaster out, because it's almost certainly going to start machine gunning your face down the more cards you draw. Well, we do have the first ping coming out at the Magda player with the Mana Vault and the Soul Ring, so we'll see kind of where we go from here. And then it's just going to be a Rhystic Study pass. So Benedict electing to hold that Flusterstorm in hand to have a bit of interaction once they get to untap. Hopefully they get to go places. We do have Magda coming down with the City of Traders. They now have 5 mana at their disposal, so they're going to be floating a colorless and casting. Looks like a construct here to maybe have a dwarf in play, and then we can cast that Magda afterwards. But we're electing to pay for the Rhystic Study instead. So Magda on the Multi 5 here, looking to take it a little bit slower, not play into the hands of the not playing in the hands of this Rhystic Study. Let it get too far out of control. Especially considering the Bowmaster is there, just kind of waiting for one of these Magdas to hit the board, and then Benedict will draw a card and it'll ping off a Magda instantly. So maybe that's what our Magda player here is afraid of, and why they elected to pay for that Rhystic Study. Looks like seat 3 here might have drawn a Lightning Bolt. So it's a pretty good piece of interaction to get rid of the Bowmaster on the turn that you want to go off. That way it doesn't get, your Magda doesn't get pinged. We're playing the Bolt land here. So we're taking 3. Maybe we're casting the Magda here. We do have enough mana to cast Magda and pay for the Rhystic Study. And then do a plethora of other things. So we got 7 mana coming down. God Pharaoh's Statue. So that's going to tax everybody by 2. And I believe at the end step it pings everybody. So it's going to be a really strong max stacks piece for the Magda player. Coming out here, looking to really slow this game down, especially after the Bowmaster, seeing a Bowmaster Rhystic, and then the 2 Timnacron players kind of developing a ton of mana in the form of artifact mana. Despite one of them missing a land drop, still in a pretty solid spot. So after that Godfair statue, we're going to ship it on over to the Timnachrom player here. Looks like we're counting up our mana. So maybe we got an ad nauseum coming in, potentially. Do have enough mana to ad nauseum here. Okay, so 6 mana, we're casting our Timna. Or, I'm sorry, we have 7 mana here. So we're casting our Timna. Oh, that's correct first time. 6 mana, we're casting our Timna. Letting the Aristocracy draw. And the Orc army, or the Orc is going to be pinging the God statue player. Okay, so we're cracking in at both of the Magda players here, electing to not knock down the life total of that ad nauseum player in the first seat on blue farm. Then we're gonna pay 2 life and draw 2 here. So passing it on over to Benedict in that seat 1. Gonna find their land drop, play an Arid Mesa, and then just pass the turn on over. So maybe missing out on that copy artifact line is really gonna start hurting. Especially with that Godfair statue making everything that they cast cost 2 more. So we got 5 mana coming out here from Magda number 1. A bit of a pump fake Karn. So we do need to pay that tax on the Godfair statue. I believe that it makes everything cost 2 more, but I could be mistaken. I'm not quite sure how we're casting the Karn here. We only paid 5 mana. That Karn should cost 6, so. Let me try to grab our judge here and make sure that we're all on the same page. So give me just 1 moment. I did grab our Judge Chris there to maybe pause play and kind of clarify what's going on here. Because the Godfair statue does make it cost 6 mana in total, and there's only 5 mana in play from the Magda side. Yeah, so it looks like we're gonna put the Karn back in hand here. Yeah, so that hand we saw come in there, that was Chris, our judge here. So he's gonna kind of clarify what's going on, kind of try to fix the game state for our players, the best visibility here. As that card shouldn't have even been able to hit the stack due to it costing 6 mana. So yeah, it looks like we've got possible Blood Moon maybe coming down. Haven't seen that art before, but I'm gonna double check here really quickly and see. Probably some secret layer that I don't know about. I can't quite tell what PS we've got here, but with that small amount of text and 5 mana being spent on it, I have to assume that it's Blood Moon coming down here, which only hurts the 2 TNK players. You got Magda with a lot of developed mana. Moving down. Got our 3-drop dwarf coming down here, paying for that Ristic Study, so not looking to let the Timnacron player with a turn 2 Ristic Study kind of run away with the game, draw a bunch of cards, and see where we go from there. So yeah, we do have that God Pharaoh statue triggering, causing each opponent to lose 1 life at the beginning of the end step, which is not an inconsequential amount of damage, especially with two of the 3 other decks across the table from this Magda player being ad nauseum decks. Really slowing down that game plan, almost grinding the game to a halt, and pinging them for 1 damage every end step is going to start racking up. We've already dealt 2 damage off this God Pharaoh statue and stopped a Karn from being able to be cast from the opposing Magda. So this God Pharaoh statue really put in a ton of work for our Magda hero in Seed 3. So we do have Cephalid Coliseum coming down. What I have to assume is a basic mountain at this point. Or non-basic mountain, apologies. And the only person really getting hurt by this Blood Moon right now is Benedict in our Seat 1, as the Timnacron player in Seat 4 has a lot of mana already developed. So we've got a Polywog coming down here, not paying for the Ristic Study. We're going to ping off the Dwarf here. Polywog Prodigy is going to be our Seat 4 Timnacron's Ristic Study at home. So we're going to get our draw engine online and hopefully start catching up to Benedict and cards drawn while we continue to soar ahead in mana on board, while we start with that really strong start of Soul Ring, Talisman, and a Mox Opal. Holding up that Bowmaster to respond to that Ristic Study on turn 2. So now we've got 1 creature coming in at each player. Looks like the Orc Army is going to Magda in Seat 2. Timna's going to Magda at seat 3, and then the Bowmaster is going to Timna Crom in seat 1. Interesting swing there from the Bowmaster not being blocked by the Archivist of Ogma. Archivist of Ogma being a 1/2 creature. It denies the card draw, gets rid of the Bowmaster. That's kind of inhibiting your own Rhystic Study here, causing this Orc army to get out of control. So once we get our 3 attacks in, we're just gonna say go, pass it on over to Benedict. We got to draw our 3 cards and gain our 2 life. So we paid 1 life to draw 3 cards. Pretty good deal if you ask me. If I could play a Ancestral Recall for Phyrexian mana, I think I'd do so. So we've passed on over to Benedict, who looks like they have a Necropotence in hand, but no way to cast it due to this Blood Moon. So might be looking at just a draw go from Benedict. We're chipping in at that God Pharaoh statue Magna player. So once we get our little poke damage in here, just gonna be saying go. Benedict's still stuck on 2 lands. Looking pretty rough for Benedict here. So we've passed on over to Adrian in seat 2 on Magda as well. Looking at was 5 mana down to 4 now. So if we can find our land drop, and we can't, so we're just kind of stuck here. I think we were really hoping we'd be able to play that Karn on turn 2. And halt the shenanigans, or turn 3 rather, and halt the Mana Rock shenanigans that we've got going on. So looks like we've got our Magda in seat 2 here, playing another dwarf.
Hey guys, I'm back. It's Nevi, your favorite content critter.
Yeah, we've got a Nevi back here with me.
Some,
Already cleaned up that last round.
is TNK presenting a Berserker right now? I'm pretty sure that's a Berserker that makes a treasure.
It's the
or who's
Magda,
is it? Magda's.
C3
Okay.
Magda. Ed is presenting Berserker.
Okay. What is this Mockingbird?
That's a Polywog Prodigy. Is it not?
No, that's a Mockingbird.
No idea what we're copying them.
Okay.
I thought it was a Polywog Prodigy, but I was mistaken.
Maybe it's an Archivist of Ogma?
Could be.
Oh, double Magdapod.
Yeah, double Magna, double Timna Crom here.
Not enough removal to go around.
Nope. Okay, so we just played this Berserker and we've passed our turn. It looks like a God Pharaoh's statue dealing 1 to everyone.
So with God Pharaoh statue out, do you think TNK is in command, or
I think our seat 4 TNK here is in command.
got you?
They had a really explosive start of Soul Ring into that Talisman and the Mox Opal.
Maybe that's double Bowmaster.
It could be. I could see that
that
with
seems correct.
the Rhystic Study in play.
Yeah, with one flying bowmaster and one regular bowmaster.
Yeah. So. I think they're clarifying the Shockwind and Blood Moon interaction here. It will come into play untapped, and they will not pay 2 life at all. So it just comes in as a mountain.
So if all your stacks, if all the stacks pieces are out, and you have a lot of creatures out, maybe this current TNK player is in a massive lead.
I think they're in a very, very dominating position. They get to swing in with a big orc army at the Magda player, fly over the other Magda player that has a construct out, and attack in for 2 on the other Tim Necron player. So Benedict not being able to develop his mana is really, really hurt a lot. Not being able to keep up, even with a turn 2 Rhystic Study, and not being able to keep up with our other Tim Necron player here. So the Mox Opal is offline now, but we've got a Cursed Totem coming into play, so that's going to hose both of the Magda decks. With them not being able to activate to search anymore off of the Magda.
And it turns on this Mopal.
And it does turn on the Mopal to put them back on 3 mana, so maybe they're now holding up interaction that they couldn't. Having access to colored mana again is a pretty big deal. Looks like we're discarding to hand size here, getting rid of that Badlands, passing on over to Benedict.
Yeah, it could be a Crom next turn, huh?
Yeah. Could be a Crom. Crom starts getting in beats if we can find another way. No, we do have 7 mana.
So 3 mana Mystical.
Okay. So what are we looking for here? What can we find off of a 3 mana Mystical Tutor to kind of?
If he doesn't have a land, like Toxic doesn't work.
Yeah, we're gonna be missing our land drop.
He missed a land drop the previous turn.
Yeah, we missed a land drop last turn, so.
Okay.
Benedict kind of cooking here. Let's see what he gets.
I mean, you could always set up for like Into the Floodmoth style or Psych Rift on
the statue, maybe.
On the statue, and then just go for Oracle Consult on your turn.
Yeah.
Or some kind of twister
about
turn.
Setting up the stat or the Psych Rift is that you have to find a second blue source or another black source because that Blood Moon is kind of hindering your mana sources a lot.
True.
So if we're tuning for a Psych Rift here, we're just kind of hoping and praying that we draw an artifact mana that creates blue or black.
There are cards that can get him out of this. Like Smothering Tithe. If you can land a Smothering Tithe, you can crawl out of this.
If you can stick it, you need to find 2 more mana, though. That's the big problem here, is that the combination of the Godfarer statue and the Blood Moon is really...
Yeah, and Seat
really
4 trying to
hurting a
actually
bit.
win with combat.
Yeah, Seat 4 Democron is just going crazy with combat damage here.
There's a world where these Magda decks can deal with this Opal, and then... So it was a Psych Rift. I hate showing it, though.
You have to. It sucks, but...
I mean, you're never going to get the 9 mana to overload this.
Yeah. So, looks like we're setting up to get rid of that Godpharaoh statue, maybe. But once again, the missing the line of the copy artifact on a Soul Ring on that turn 2 is really coming back to haunt Benedict. we do get to draw our Cycrypt here. Gonna miss another land drop, I believe. So we Archivist is gonna keep getting in there. Maybe there's an argument to hold the Archivist back so that the 1 damage flyer has to come in at you instead of.
I mean, you take you instantly take a trade with the Timna, right?
Yeah. So maybe there's an argument to hold that Archivist back, but we got Benedict cooking over here, so we'll see where we can get. Looks like we got a Red Blast. Is that a Flare of Duplication?
It is.
Okay, so we got a Red Blast and a Flare in Seat 2 Magda's hand. They haven't really been able to get much going, especially after a mold of 5 kind of hurt into that Godpharaoh statue. Not doing them any favors at all. Yeah, missing land drops with Rhystic Study out is really, really brutal. So it looks like our Magda player is just going to say go here. Not holding up their Flare of Duplication because that Godpharaoh statue is preventing them.
They can hard. Oh, they can't hard
yeah,
cast.
They can't hard cast.
Is Godpharaoh's non-creatures or everything?
It's every spell.
So they can't. They could cast Magda, but that's it.
Yeah, they can cast Magda, but nothing else.
I think he's holding up that Red Blast for a reason.
Possibly. Maybe we're gonna chase down this Rhystic Study, but after
the only way to
missing land drops, do you really want to chase the Rhystic Study down?
No. It's better to save it for something important.
Yeah. Maybe we're just holding out for our 3rd land drop and.
In this style of stalemate, the guy that has a Timna plus creatures
is winning 95% of the time.
Yeah. The advantage bar is completely on their side right now.
Yeah. So looks like we've got land, maybe contemplating attacks, maybe considering what to do with the infinite cards that they have in hand. But sometimes Timna and Crom can just draw all lands and not get a lot going, or they could just be holding a bunch of interaction, keep this board stalemate, where it is with them being in such a dominant position, being able.
Yeah, I mean, I see like in 3 turns he just wins.
Yeah, exactly.
Just from combat, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, so we got both Bowmasters coming in at Magda, Orc Army going in at Seat 3 Magda, and then Timna coming in at.
Maybe you don't interact here. Like.
Yeah, I don't think that. What are we interacting with?
Is he trying to Red Blast the Mockingbird?
Don't think we can do that. It's no longer blue.
I don't see what else is going on.
Okay, so we are firing off Red Blast on. Okay, so it looks like we did try to fire it off on the Mockingbird possibly, and it has to go to the Rhystic Study, choosing the mode of destroy target blue permanent. Yeah, so we're going to be red blasting that Rhystic Study and paying for it. So I wonder where we go from here. That puts the only player that was really able to do anything about the other Tim McCrom player. Forces them to put interaction out.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. Forces them to play their hand and not have any other form of interaction for this Tim Necrom player in seat 4. So now they have pretty much free reign to do whatever they want right now.
I'd try to convince the table to take all that back, to be honest, if I was one of those players.
Yeah, definitely.
Losing every interaction seems like it's a slam dunk for seat 4.
Yeah, especially if they can maybe find some way to get rid of this Blood Moon. If they can find some way to get rid of this Blood Moon, maybe they can jam a Thoracle Consult here.
Anything.
Yeah.
Into the Flood mode, turn,
Yeah. Anything to get their game plan rolling.
But
Not that they need to do
I guess I would
anything
wait right before my
now.
next turn.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe in-step interact with the Blood Moon here, or even the God Pharaohs. Maybe not the God Pharaohs, though, because it's what's keeping the other 2 players from interacting with you. And there's only one Magna player that can interact with you at this point.
What is the thought of not getting the only player with black pips down to 18 before even hit, just hit the other 2 Magna players with 1 damage each, and then massive
that's
attack
what I was considering
blue,
as well.
blue, black, red, white player.
Yeah, it could be just because Benedict has been so strangled on mana this game.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter fully.
It could be like the 2 stacks pieces on the board are in the hands of the Magna players, so we're looking at them to kind of remove them. Player removal is stacks removal, so maybe if we can keep chipping their life totals down, then we can get everything else we have rolling with our infinitely more resources than the opposing Tim Necrom player.
Yeah, so he's just kind of
So we're starting Savine,
a fluster and a
fluster and a
windswept.
Okay.
Is it?
So discarding the Fluster Storm here really screams, hey, I have too much interaction for you to deal with.
Not only that, it just means you can't interact with me because of my hand, regardless.
Exactly.
The stacks pieces are doing the job.
Yeah.
Of letting player 4 win.
Yeah. Definitely putting player 4 in the driver's seat here. 2 stacks players, just ordered the Uber, and the Tim Necrom player is the driver, so.
This is kind of scary, though.
Which side are you? Are you scared about any of the other players if you're C3 Tim or C4 Tim Necrom here?
The Magna right in front of you has a lot of mana.
They are untapping with a lot of mana, but
as long as they can't get rid of the Curse Totem.
Yeah, they have to get rid of the Curse Totem and fight through all of your interaction.
But I'm guessing the Curse Totem, the first Magna player is going to try to get rid of it, and then the second Magna player could have the opportunity to win here.
Yeah,
that's what I see.
That, but yeah, being the C2 Magna player, you're way too scared to remove that Curse Totem, I think, because you were just super far behind.
Yeah.
Like, you started the game on a mold of 5, and then a Godfair statue came down, like, keeping that Karn from being played. But we do have access to 5 mana now. So we can hold up that hardcast Flare. So it looks like we're just going to play land and say go, maybe?
I just don't think anybody is casting a relevant spell this go around.
Yeah, I don't.
The Flare.
Yeah, I don't see. But what other options do you really have? You've got Karn, Flare, and one other card in hand. So is your last card in hand really super relevant? I think you're almost desperate to flare just about anything at this point.
Yeah, I don't think they can convince Benedict to cast a Psych Rift in combat and then flare it. I just don't think I would use my interaction to stop a combat. I would try to use it to bounce the stacks pieces and try to win myself.
Yeah, then you get to untap and try to win.
But with seat 4, if he's discarding Fluster, he has infinite counters for
Yeah,
whatever's
exactly.
going to happen.
Exactly. And it's probably like, Fierce Guardianship, Force of Will, Force of Negation, even, name it like.
So is this
crazy
another
amount of
Red Blast on
counterspells.
the...
Are we trying to get rid of the
Rhystic
Rhystic
again?
Study again here?
This doesn't seem right.
I think the only person that can even try to dig you out of this hole is the other Rhystic Study player. So it definitely seems a bit.
One thing I've learned from playing
Bit
Draft a lot
interesting.
is, hold your removal for as long as possible, because
Hold it
sometimes
until you're gonna win. Yeah.
there is, someone's going to drop a 4-mana 6/6 eventually, and you can't beat it.
Yeah.
Similar situation here. You don't need to fire off your removal spell because you have the mana.
Exactly, but maybe Ed's cooking here. Maybe he's got something going on. Can't quite tell everything in hand.
Don't think
so-
Rhystic is opposing anybody right now. I don't think it's making people lose the game currently.
Yeah, possibly not. Maybe gonna force Benedict to spend another piece of interaction on saving this Rhystic Study here. It looks like that might be the case. We're tapping 1 blue. Gotta pay 2 more. Chain of Vapor.
His own Rhystic?
Are we targeting our own Rhystic to save it? Then we can't recast it. Wonder where the chain's going here. I guess we could, in theory, chain our own Rhystic, continue the chain, bounce the God Pharaoh statue.
No, I think this. If
But that
I
just
was
lets
him, I would
the-
try to bounce the God Pharaohs right now, which unlocks
Possibly.
the other TNK a little bit more.
Maybe trying to bounce it right now, unlocks the other TK right before their turn. So we do have Chain of Vapor. Looks like targeting a Rhystic Study.
Unfortunately, I feel like this game has a lot of egregious plays that didn't need to happen. There was 2 Red Blast now, a Flusterstorm, and a Chain of Vapor that didn't need to be used at all.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the 2 Red Blasts that the Rhystic Study here are just super, super brutal. And it looks like the Timner Crom player has enough gas to just hardcast the Mental Misstep for 3 mana to stop this Chain of Vapors from saving the Rhystic Study. So,
Yeah, you don't need those mountains. You can pay for
yeah,
this.
you can absolutely pay for this.
Not paying for it is weird.
Not paying for it doesn't even give you access to an extra counter spell. Maybe if you cast it with the Phyrexian mana instead of hard casting it here, but there's an argument to not pay. But hard casting it here off the Mox Opal. So I wonder, it looks like we're not paying for this Rhystic Study.
Oh. Wait. Why is Archifist in the
What just
graveyard?
happened?
Did we miss a spell?
No, it was the draw trigger off the 2 Orcish Bowmasters double ping the Archivist.
Sure.
That's what happened.
That also wasn't a problem.
Yeah, we weren't really.
That is a good play.
We were braiding the Mox Opal here.
Does he have
Yeah.
enough mana for this? So he needed...
Yeah.
Is it opponents? Is God Pharaoh's opponents?
Yes.
Okay.
Godfar's opponents only.
Got it.
So we had enough to cast the Red Blast, paying for the Rhystic Study, and then cast the Abrade.
I highly doubt TNK doesn't have another free spell that he can just pay the 2 mana with.
Yeah, they're especially after discarding the Flusterstorm and hardcasting Misstep.
He's looking to tap 2 mana.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a Fierce coming down here, if I had to guess.
Oh, Force
Oh,
of
we
Will.
got Force Pitching Pact. Wow.
Yeah. You could have waited on that pack forever.
Yeah, I guess we don't have enough mana to pay for it because of the Blood Moon, so...
Yeah, but
that's
if you're gonna
probably the
win
reason.
on one of these turns, you can just
Yeah, you
fire
don't...
it off.
It doesn't matter if there's no next upkeep, right?
Right. But maybe his hand is light on blue spells, is what I'm guessing.
That could be the case, too. But if your hand's light on blue spells, I don't see why you pitch the Flusterstorm there. I would much rather force pitching Flusterstorm
is this a
than
flare
force pitching
copying the
Pact.
braid, killing the curse totem? That's what I would probably do.
That does seem correct.
Or God Pharaohs.
Flare, copy a braid.
They're looking too linear. They just keep poning at Mox Opal. But they don't
The Mox Opal gets turned off if you braid the
curse totem.
Curse Totem. So, the first braid was pointed at the Mox Opal, wasn't it?
Yes.
Maybe we should have pointed at the Soul Ring. So it looks like we copied it and pointed at the Mox Opal again. So we're just really getting rid of this Mox Opal instead of the Curse Totem. So then that's it. That's the end step. We got God Pharaoh statue triggering again. And then getting passed back to the Tim McCrom player that's in really, really good spot with his God Pharaoh statue and the Blood Moon staying out. And now there's no Rhystic Study to worry about at all. I think you're very happy to be the seat 4 Tim McCrom player. So I'm curious where this 9/9 Orc Army token is going to be going. Maybe you point it in at Benedict, and no, it looks like we've got the Timna going over at Benedict, the 9/9 and the Orcish Bowmaster going over at Ed on Magda, and then just one coming in at the second Magda player. So we're gonna effectively pay 1 life and draw 3 cards here. I really just don't see how this game goes wrong for our C4 Tim McCrom.
I think killing the Archivist and the Rhystic turns off the Bowmasters too much. I would probably protected both of those cards. It makes his win infinitely faster.
Well, yeah, try to... Yeah, maybe protect that Rhystic Study, entice BJ into drawing some cards, and or entice Benedict into drawing some cards here, and accelerating that Bowmaster game plan. We got Blood Chief's Ascension coming down. Don't really see how much work that puts in right now.
I think it just speeds up player 4's win.
Yeah. Maybe Benedict just looking to get out of here, you know, play the Blood Chiefs and let's just go home. You know?
I mean, he gains life from it.
Yeah, gains life. Not enough for it to matter though.
The
Especially
problem
with
is
there
he
being
doesn't have a
9/9
way to
board.
turn it on currently.
Yeah.
If he had a way to put the first counter in, maybe.
Yeah, with no creature in play.
There's 13 damage on board from player 4 TK. So
Yes.
the Blood Chiefs won't turn on in
Crit
time.
combo. Yeah, there we go. Surprise Helm Leyline. So looks like we got land 4 coming out for our C2 Magda here.
What do you think that land is?
considering I just heard it through the door, I'd say it's Homeward Path. I never would have guessed that with that artwork, but
Same. It's also just a mountain.
yeah. Now we can finally cast that Karn that we tried to cast on turn 3. Paying 6 mana for it, but I think it's just we're a day late and $1 short. The Karn's gonna come down, and I don't see how much it really does in this spot.
Would you turn the God Pharaoh statue into a creature to goad them to attack and or block?
Maybe.
You make a big
maybe.
blocker so that the TNK Seat 4 can't get through it. It's kind of goofy.
Maybe it is a little goofy, but at one point, like, they have to block the 9/9, and then it's just removing the God Pharaoh statue for the.
Oh, we
The
killed the
TNK
Mox
player that's already
Diamond,
ahead.
so he just put the nail in the coffin for Benedict.
Wow, Benedict's really getting kind of bullied a little bit this game. It almost feels like the 2 red blasts coming down and the Karn coming down and killing the Mox Diamond. So, I think if I'm in Benedict's shoes, I'm just kind of hands up. You guys made this bad lie in it, you know. Deal with your problems yourself. I think the only world where Benedict even has a chance is if Seat 4 Timocrom kills both Magda players and then just passes the turn with no interaction by some
And
miracle.
no stacks pieces up.
Yeah.
Without drawing a 3rd, 4th, 5th land, maybe he's just dead in the water.
Yeah.
There's no dark side backup plan anymore.
Yeah. No mana crypt, no dockside.
Highly doubt TNK is playing something Jessica will to get out of this, but I guess you never know.
Yeah. But currently,
Not looking good.
absolutely like a 0.01% chance that they come out of this without a loss.
So fly over.
So we got the flyer over top.
Karn could
the
just die right here.
Bowmaster.
I wouldn't even kill Karn, to be honest.
You don't, yeah, you do not care about Karn at all. I think you just put the pressure on Seat 3 Magda here and say, hey, block with your dwarves or die.
True.
With them being at 10, and if they block with the dwarves, it pings your opponent. You pay an extra life, but it pings all your opponents for another damage.
Yeah. I guess he's sending a 9/9 in the flyer at Seat 3, so he has to block.
Yeah.
That might be a mistake,
So
not
we're
attacking
holding
with
back
this.
we're holding back the 9/9.
I don't know what that does. There's no other creatures in play. Matt,
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're afraid of here. But maybe there's been some amount of information that we don't know that's been revealed, so. Looks like our Magna player in C3 does have a deflecting swat in hand, too.
yeah, but no Magda.
No Magda, yeah. Nowhere to go with it.
Yeah. It's only useful if the Bowmaster gets to ping something, but there's 2 Bowmasters, so at that point it doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Just live in Christmas Land and draw a flare. That way you can flare your SWAT and swap both of the Bowmaster triggers
Back to themselves?
Back to themselves.
You know, there's another problem. Curse Totem.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
is another problem. That's why maybe our Braid should have hit that Curse Totem in the first place. I know it got stopped, but it got flared.
I think you could have double attacked the Blood Moon player. I think Benedict missed a trigger.
It does look like there was a missed Blood Chief's Ascension.
Oh, it wasn't
trigger,
enough damage.
So,
It wasn't enough damage.
oh,
I
yeah,
think
an opponent.
Temna went to
Is that
Benedict.
why you hold back the 9/9? Surely not.
No.
No, there's
Because you could have killed the Blood Moon player off already, and then use all your mana now.
yeah.
Hold the silence. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we did discard silence to hand size. So what have we got coming down here?
There's one colorless
7
left, so that's
mana with
nothing.
the colorless floating, so we're playing a 4-drop.
Yeah, Maskwood Nexus. So he's turning all his
Oh right.
things into
Everything into
dwarfs.
a dwarf. Wow, we're really just gonna keep gunning down the Timnacron player's mana. Again, I think we just turn this Godfarer statue into a creature.
I think player 4 needs to read who's to beat down and figure out how to assess which
Yeah.
player to kill immediately
Exactly.
instead of using Timna advantage. Because if you're discarding every turn, Timna advantage doesn't really mean anything, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's
Just
basically
get rid
card
of some
selection.
of the stacks pieces in the right order, and then win the game.
Yeah, I think like your correct order here is probably the Blood Moon player because you have no concerns about mana.
Well, you see that player 2 is griefing player 1, which means that it's free for them.
Yeah. So it looks like we're finally bringing the Magda out here.
That's fine. Chris Toto's keeping everything at bay.
Yeah, Cursed Totem kind of keeping everything in
You
check.
see what's in his hand? Pyrokinesis.
Is that Pyrokinesis?
Yeah.
Spicy. You
Does
can
that
get rid
even
of
do
both the
anything?
Bowmasters.
Yeah, who cares?
I care.
I don't even think TNK has used their slot yet.
How much is Pyrokinesis? Is 4 damage?
Mm-hmm. Split up.
Yeah, so you can kill the Timna and both the Bowmasters, leave them with just a 9/9, maybe? Looks like that's what we're gonna do.
Show me the SWAT and kill all of the
Kill their whole board.
dwarfs. It would be kind of sick.
And then it just gets swatted back.
I thought he used. Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Wow, so the Pyrokinesis here is actually gonna mop up the Timnacron player board, leave them with just a 9/9.
Oh, this doesn't look fun anymore. Main draw a artifact blue source. Start crumbing it up, and if you drew a LED here, would you play? Oh, well, there's a Karn.
Yeah,
now.
there's a Karn out. We can't even.
You can kill the Karn right now, though.
Yeah, that's true. If I drew Crom, I would probably, like, drew an LED, I would probably actually just
Go all
jam it.
in?
Yeah. Because you very
Well-
clearly don't have interaction that you can use.
There's so
'cause
much
you would've
lands. You
stopped
could
that
probably
Pyrokinesis.
breach and pay through the God Pharaohs.
Maybe, yeah, until you can find a way to get rid of the
I think
God
he
Pharaohs.
discarded a Chain of Vapor also. So
No, Chain of Vapor was played by Benedict.
no, but
And
the
got-
turn where he discarded
Oh.
the silence.
Okay, yeah, I missed that.
Oh, and then no attack here. No attack for 2 turns seems so bad.
Yeah, I don't know why we're not attacking this
Pressuring.
Karn.
The longer you don't pressure, I think C3 Magda might be able to just crawl out of this.
Yeah. I think like the 2 missed attacks on the Orc army are really gonna come back to haunt this.
I'm
Timnacron
slightly
player.
surprised that one of the dwarfs didn't ping down Karn a little bit for 2.
Yeah. Maybe even you crack in with both of them, you get to make 2 treasures. They can only get rid of 1. You're basically putting Karn down to 4. Effective. And maybe there's a world where the C3 Magna player could have argued for Karn to turn the Curse Totem into a creature.
Yeah.
Politics for that, and then Pyrokinesis
Exactly.
the Curse Totem and the two Bowmasters. And then you just run away with the game.
You could kill like the Tin Man, the Curse Totem. I don't know. It's hard to convince one of the players to unlock yourself while you just have a board of bad stacks pieces.
Yeah, see that being a little difficult.
Is this one wrong? Okay.
So let's see. It looks like we got all the way back around. It's just a Magda pass.
I think being stuck on 2 lands, C3 is also in a bad spot.
C1 and 3 stuck on 2 lands, but this Godfair statue isn't really
affecting
isn't
C3.
affecting C3.
It's
so.
just a Karn, actually is.
Yeah.
Should
Maybe you
they
start cracking into the Karn. You're making treasures. If they don't want to block with their Magda, then fine. If they do, then that's also fine.
I think being scared of this Blood Chief's Ascension is a folly also.
Okay, so we're finally attacking with the... We're attacking Benedict with the 9/9.
No, I think the
Or is it the
Karn
Karn?
player. So... So we tapped Maskwood Nexus, Soul Ring, and Great Furnace?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that does. Am I missing an action
And a
here?
mountain.
Oh, it has an activation, right?
Yeah,
It makes
don't
a 2/2.
recall
I think it makes a 2/2
the
shapeshifter,
Nexus. That sounds correct.
which would be a 3/2.
Let's see. Yeah, create a 2/2 shapeshifter with changeling. So we do get to make a 3/2 chump block the 9/9 and hopefully stay in the game. Yeah, the Magda player in C2 really trying to be able to play the game in any capacity.
If it's at Karn, that's fine. You don't want to unlock Karn.
Yeah. You want to keep this Karn out so that that Soul Ring's not unlocked, I guess, and it keeps the Mana Vault and the Soul Ring locked down for the other Magda player that seems to be in the good position.
I don't
Good
know.
position without the Karn.
I don't know
play.
about discarding this Brain Freeze. It's a Blood Chief's Ascension combo piece.
It is, yeah.
Gain 6 life, pay 4 mana, gain 6 life, mill 3 cards.
Don't forget deal 6 damage.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any mana
That's
to
important there.
cast it, so. The Sight Grift that's sitting in his hand.
Yeah, do you think everybody is forgotten about that Sight Grift, actually? I forgot about the Sight Grift.
There's no blue mana available.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't even matter.
So maybe Benedict really wanted that Karn gone too.
For sure. And at this point, there's a high chance that this table is a draw.
Yeah, especially we got 9.5 minutes left.
I
on this
think
round
seat
here.
4 should have pressured seat 2, killed him off, then dealt with seat player 3, the other Magda, and then 1v1 Benedict with all the counter spells
With all, yeah, especially
and all
after,
your lands unlocked.
especially after stumbling on mana so hard.
And after seeing all the interaction being used on not necessarily silly things, but cards that probably didn't need to be interacted with.
Yeah, I agree. It's definitely made this game a lot harder on themselves. So the command or the war room or something like that from
No, it's like
Commander
something idle.
Masters? Idle? Okay. Magda just plays a lot of fake cards, so
True. I think it's like you pump mana into it and it turns into a creature
they
kind
just
of
get
thing.
to make up every card they want and jam it in their deck. So
So was that a goblin engineer? And they just bin the bin the artifact into the
yeah,
graveyard.
that's likely what happened.
Then he's gonna attack, make a treasure.
Maybe you attack, make a treasure before
You tutor?
before you tutor.
Why is he still worried about this online Blood Chief's Ascension?
Yeah, I don't know. We shouldn't be worried about this Blood Chief's Ascension at all.
He has 3 mountains and 2/0 rocks that don't make any mana.
Exactly. Access to 0 mana that you desire.
No docksides for your
Yeah.
outs.
No fixing. Even if Dockside was still in the format, there's a Karn in play. So
True. It wouldn't do anything.
there should be 0 cards that you're afraid of from the Seat 1 Tendacron.
So, if you're one of these 4 players, you see 7 minutes on the clock, and they're arguing about where to attack. You like that, right? Because you just want this to be a good draw.
Absolutely. If I'm
So you
Benedict in this situation where I'm absolutely 100% dead in the water,
then you're gonna like politic
I'm
until
fine sitting here and I'll offer a draw or I'll politic until
Yeah.
I draw.
yeah.
Because in this case, I've been dead in the water since my Rhystic Study got pyroblasted twice.
Karn not upticking is a problem.
Yeah, it's 2 missed Karn upticks. Karn doesn't need to target anything, so you can just uptick with no targets.
I mean, to be honest, make that Soul Ring a creature.
Yeah, that's all.
Extra
or the
blocker.
Cursed Totem. Oh yeah, your Soul Ring, yes. You make your Masquid Nexus a creature.
Yeah.
It's a 4/4.
And then
has an
tap the
activated
Soul
ability.
Ring in your land and
Yeah.
make a 2/2.
Yeah.
It's actually, wouldn't it be a 5/4? Does Magda pump it?
No, Mag doesn't pump the Masquid
Masquid
Nexus.
Nexus is making all creatures into
Oh,
dwarves
yeah. Okay,
on
yeah,
his
so
side.
it would be a 5/4. And so maybe you just start
Doing
taking on the
stuff?
Masquid Nexus and cracking in at the
Doing stuff?
cracking in at the Tendacron player that's got a sideways 9/9.
Yeah, get rid of the curse tome. Then maybe
Yeah.
that's the only thing that's causing him not to win. I think that card is like Oblivion Idol or something like that.
Oblivion Idol.
Yeah, look that up. Maybe
Let's see
that's what
here.
it is.
Oblivion Idol. It is. Idol of Oblivion.
It's
Check that
absurd
out,
how many
Commander.
cards I know.
Tap to draw a card. Activate only if you made a token.
Whoa,
8
combo.
and sacrifice it.
Oh, they're trying to
Create
combo.
a 10/10 colorless Eldrazi.
Masquid
Okay.
Nexus combo into a card draw into a 10/10. Man, game's crazy. Magda makes free treasures, which turns it on.
Okay, so we're making our shapeshifter.
Cool. Is this the turn he turns a treasure into an idol?
I think so. Maybe we just rip a bolt off the top. Turn the curse totem into it.
bolt it, and then win the game.
Turn it into a creature, bolt it, win the game.
Oof. Yeah. 5, 6, 4, 5. 5 mana. Maybe not all your red sources, man. Okay, Academy Manufacturer. This is we're in danger, or the
It's
table
definitely
is in
spooky.
danger.
maybe our C2 Magda will be able to claw their way to a win somehow, some way. So where are we going with these attacks? Certainly we're going at the Curse Totem player, right?
Yeah, he's
I
tapped
think
down.
we have to go to the Curse Totem player. No colored sources in play. Or no non-red sources in play, I guess. We had 3 treasures.
3 foods and 3 clues.
Yeah. Why are we only generating 2? Should be 3, correct? The Goblin Welder's or Goblin Engineer is a
All creatures should be
Dwarf?
dwarfs. Do you want me to interject?
Might be best to. We're clarifying that for the players that the Magda player should get a 4th treasure and then a 3rd clue and food token due to the Mask with Nexus turning the Goblin Engineer into a dwarf. So got that cleaned up and see if they can make anything else happen with the extra clue, food, and treasure.
Could mean everything.
It could. So we got a deflecting SWAT.
What's being cast?
Karn's activated ability. I'm not sure where we're targeting first, but we are swatting it possibly to that God Pharaoh statue.
If it were me, and if it was you, would you target the Curse Totem or something?
I don't think so. I think we want it to. Well, that makes it really spooky though, because if you're swatting it to the God Pharaoh statue, so you can swing for lethal at the Curse Totem player.
Well, it looks like I can't tell if it's a creature or not.
That Curse Mirror off the top could be huge. We're missing 1 mana though.
Oof. This is dangerous.
So are we swinging in at the Curse Totem player? Seems like it could be a potential mistake. Unlocking the other Magda player.
No, I think TNK dies here. Oh, and it fully unlocks the Magda player?
It fully unlocks the other Magda player. You
Is
don't
that-
have enough
is
mana
that,
to...
No, that's only 3 treasures though, I think.
It unlocks C2, I'm sorry. I should specify.
Right. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Is it 13? I'm not. Is that artifacts?
3, 4, 5, 11. Does this have 2 attack? If this altered creature has 2 attack, then it's
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
lethal for sure,
7 plus 6.
I think.
Oh, on the end step it's lethal?
Yeah.
No, no. Right here it's lethal. Okay. That doesn't seem right. Oh.
Or are we just drawing here? What just happened?
Yes. I think it's a draw.
We're drawing? Okay.
It's overtime plus.
Time was announced. So I believe that I believe we did draw.
Yep.
So All right, well,
We'll see you in round 3.
we'll see you in round 3. Thank you. Alright, welcome back, guys, to our round 3 of Grim Knight here at Darkside. Once again, my name's Shelby, so I'm casting for you guys. Looks like we're currently resolving mulligans. We got one player in the restroom. After this round, it will be a cut to top 10. First and second seed getting a bye, and third through 10th will be playing in 2 pods to determine the top 4. After that, we will have our top 4 with everyone receiving a Grim Monolith and first place receiving a Duskmorn Collector box. So we got some pretty good prizing coming out for these guys here. Looks like our player has returned from the restroom. We'll be getting mulligans set up. Or mulligans resolved, rather. So in our seat 1 here, we have Larry on Najila. Seat 2, we have got Doug on Kinrith, the Return King. Seat 3, we have got, I apologize, it's Oscar is in seat 1 on Tim Necrom. We've got Harrison in seat 2 on Tavesh Krom. We've got Larry in seat 3 on Najila, and Doug in seat 4 on Kenrith. So Doug and Larry are both seat 1 and 2 here in our current standings. So they're pretty much locked at this point for top 10. Just playing for first seed here is what everyone's doing. So that way you can get your bye into your top 4 match and make sure you get that Grim Monolith. So it looks like Larry's taking the second 7 here. Tavesh Krom is going down to 6. We've got Tim Necrom maybe taking their second 7. Oscar taking their second 7 here. Doug looks like they're also taking their second 7. So once again, after this round wraps up, we'll be going into our top 10 cut. That will be first and second seed guaranteed to win a Grim Monolith right here. So it looks like I finally do have player deck list, so I'll go ahead and pull these guys up for you. Maybe see if I can find some super spicy cards here. Oh, I'm sorry, this is Thras Timna, TNT. I was misinformed. Alright, so I'm just flipping through his deck list here to see if I see anything super spicy. Looks like we've got our Timna Thrasios player here. Oscar is playing, well, just looking at the creatures, I already see we've got an Emrakul Promise End. We've got Yeah, electing for Volatile Storm Drake over Gilded Drake here. Maybe we'll see that energy come into play a little bit later. But we do have, we also got Kitsa, Honorable Elite. Is tap to loot it, or copy an instant or sorcery. So on your third instant or second instant or sorcery, you can copy it. Maybe start snowballing with Kitsa a little bit. We got Reverent Silence. This is going to be a pretty good one. If you have a forest, you can have everybody gain 6 and just instead of paying its mana cost and destroy all enchantments. We've also got a Stifle. So maybe we'll see that Stifle snipe a Thoracle trigger, maybe snipe a fetch, something along those lines. We'll see how that pans out. On the Tevkrom side, we've got a Mana Vault start here, but looks like a pretty strong start from seat 1. Pre-game Leyline of the Void into a Mystic Remora. Maybe they'll be able to just immediately run away with this game off of seat order. So we've already got Larry playing a land and contemplating if he's going to play anything else. We'll be fetching that Windswept Heath into exile. Let's see here. I'm curious what he has here that he's tanking on the turn 1. Maybe we'll see the Timoth Rassius just start running away with this game. Do a very, very strong start of a pregame Leyline into a Mystic Remora. Being in first seat is very powerful. Okay, so we're just going to kick it off with a Soul Ring, where you're just contemplating whether or not he wants to give the Oscar here 2 cards. Go ahead, Soul Ring into Arcane Signet. Got 1 more card to play here. Noble Hierarch, so very, very strong start from Larry coming out of the gates swinging. He's going to be looking to develop that Najeela next turn, possibly. So even in the face of that Mystic Remora, where he's able to develop his mana quite a bit, and while Oscar does get to draw 2 cards, if he wants to keep that Remora around, then there's going to be little to no interaction that they can have to stop this Najeela coming down. So we are electing to pay for this Mystic Remora. Keep it around another turn cycle. It's already drawn you 3 cards, but maybe it'll be able to draw you 3 more. Hopefully Oscar's not stuck on lands here, which it does look a little rough playing that Boseiju. If I'm in, the opponent's seats, my sensors are going off like, hey, playing the Boseiju, that's telegraphing, no real other land, no other good mana source to play. So maybe we take it a little slow here. Does look like Larry has a possible Wheel of Fortune in his hand. So we are shocking in the Water Grave, and we are going to just jam the Tevesh here. Tevesh being a very, very powerful commander. So we're going to immediately uptick it to make 2 0-1 rolls. Once that next turn rolls around, we'll start drawing cards. Sacrifice a Thrall, draw a couple cards. Maybe even just keep upticking it and try to take everybody's commander. And so it's a Pyroblast. So we are Pyroblasting the Remora. So maybe Larry going for something here on turn 2. The Felmar Stone and a Vamp Tutor. Don't see too much that can be done. Especially with that Mental Misstep fighting back over the Remora. And possibly trying to bait out this interaction. That Vamp Tutor, you can cast your Najeela and then instep Vamp Tutor for Derevi possibly. So maybe that's the line that Larry here is going to take. So we're going to fetch Valk and probably cast on Najeela. So this having Vamp Tutor and Felwar Stone, I think we just hold the Felwar Stone here. We don't want to let them draw too many cards, but I think, yeah, Larry's going to elect to not give them an extra card when he has enough mana to just Vamp Tutor for, whatever win condition he needs next turn. Any A+B Najeela combo. Especially if the TNT player is demonstrating that they're willing to just sit behind this Remora, not do too much. The Tevesh stuck, so there's probably not a non-creature counterspell in hand at this point. You're more than happy to just sit here and hang out until you can poke your head out for a win. So maybe we even instant Vamp Tutor for a Grim Hireling here. So I do have a Windswept Heath into a fetch, coming into a 3-drop from the Kenrith. Maybe we jam a Rhystic Study? No, we're jamming a Ranger Captain, so we're poising to either stop a win attempt or just say, hey, I have a win, I'm going to untap, I'm going to silence everybody, I'm going to win on my turn. You better win this turn or die, basically, is what Doug could be saying here. So while we shuffle up here, I believe we've just passed over to the Remora. Remora has been paid for. Trying to spot if there's any interaction here. There's a Noxious Revival, but with no graveyards, that doesn't really interrupt any top deck tutors. It doesn't stop this Vamp Tutor from coming down. So we've got a Consult, a Noxious Revival. So we're Noxious Revivaling for Mental Misstep here. Okay. very, very curious. This lets Larry just fire off this Vamp Tutor uncontested. Yeah, so the Vamp Tutor's going to resolve. I have to imagine Larry's getting probably like a Grim Hireling here. It could be a... Not sure what you get. Could be Derevi, could be Grim Hireling. Especially with Oscar being wide open here. I could see the Derevi being a pretty strong play. So I guess we'll wait to see until Larry's next draw step what he elected to tutor for. But I think even staring down this Rhystic Study and the Leyline of the Void, Larry's in a very good position for this game, considering considering Harrison has pretty much only played Devesh, made 2 thralls, and said go. And then we've got Thrasios coming down. So if I'm in Larry's position, I'm really only scared of like Flusterstorm and Fierce, and you're tutoring for a creature here, so it doesn't even matter. Maybe I guess the only thing you can be scared of is a Source of Plowshares or some other form of 1-mana removal. But outside of that, there's not really anything that you're looking out for. So I do see a Thassa's Oracle in Doug's hand, so maybe he just has Consult. I can't quite tell. So like I said, this Ranger Captain could just be poising for saying, hey, win or lose. You've got 1 turn cycle. Go. Very, very strong card, the Silence effect. I think Larry's very aware of this. So right now I think we're considering if we should be drawing with this Devesh or not, and it looks like we're just making 2 more thralls. Kind of denying the attacking of Larry here. Okay, so we're just jamming this Mox down here in the face of this Remora. Okay, so what else are we? Are we just slamming Crom? Yeah, looks like we're just slam jamming with Crom. Hopefully, gonna get ourselves back in the game. Draw a bunch of cards off this Crom. Start chipping in. Probably start chipping in at the at Larry here, the Adnos player. Maybe we can argue TNT. But after the Vamp Tutor electing to crack in a Larry here. Okay, Larry is inner combat. We've got 4 going over Oscar, and then a 1/1 going over Harrison here. So we vamp tutored for Ristic Study. Okay. I do like this. It lets you just get a card draw engine online. You've got Najila beat, so they've got to deal with your Najila. They've got to deal with your Ristic Study. So there's not really anywhere for them to go, but I do think that it's just going to be Doug untapping here, cracking the Ranger Captain, and Historical Consulting. Do you have Polluted Delta? Maybe I mistook the Bowmaster for a consult here. Maybe he just has a Bowmaster in hand. Yeah, so it looks like we got Mana Drain, Thoracle. Just fetching here. No, it's not a Bowmaster in hand. So I'm not sure what this last card in hand is, or this black card in hand here is for Doug. So we're kind of touring here. I'm gonna give you a quick view of the players. Kind of get inside their head, see what's going on. So it looks like we did fetch a Trop here for Doug. So it looks like we missed a pile of the cards that needed to get shuffled in here. So Doug just shuffling back up once again. So it does look like we've finally finished up shuffling. We got an Esper Sentinel, Mana Drain, Thoracle. Can't quite tell the last two cards. So we're already drawing one card off of this Ristic Study. It's going to start getting real crazy. We got the Mystic Remora staying down for another turn. So we've paid for this Mystic Remora 3 times now. So we've drawn 5 cards off this Mystic Remora that we've paid 7 mana for. Sorry, 6 cards for 7 mana is pretty steep raid. So it looks like we got 2 mana paid here, 1 off the City of Brass. And cast Devoted Druid. So maybe looking for a Vizier Remedies or a Swift Reconfiguration to that infinite green mana. If we can get a Swift Reconfiguration down right now, this is just good game. We'll make infinite mana and infinite green mana, draw our deck. have as much mana as we want to pay for these Rhystic Study draws. Okay, so we've discarded Colossal Sky Turtle to hand size here. Quickly browsing through. We are playing a Swift reconfiguration, so maybe we're just biding our time. Considering this has flash, we can really go off at any time we want. Draw our whole deck, leave one card left. We're not playing for 0 remedies, so the only infinite mana that we have for this Devoted Druid is our Swift reconfiguration. So we have Tefesh ticking up again, up to 10, threatening an ultimate. Got the 5 servos, got our Crom out. Or not servos, I apologize. 5 thralls. I'm gonna cast a Phyrexian Metamorph here. Wonder if we are I think Larry's showing Harrison here the Bloodstained Mire in hand. So I've got City of Traders, Bloodstained Mire, Felwar Stone, and looks like we just drew a Mox Amber. So we got a bunch of mana. We can get a second combat next turn. But not sure what we can do with that second combat. Considering that there's so much stuff on the board. I guess we make 2 warrior tokens, untap everything, make 4 warrior tokens. But I think that Harrison here is considering where the Crom should be flying in towards. Maybe we pressure Oscar's life till. I don't think there's any real quote unquote good attack here. I think maybe Oscar, considering they've got Remora and Leyline, so they're kind of shutting off all breach lines and still drawing cards. But it looks like our Metamorph came in and copied Ranger Captain. Ranger Captain tutor for Ragavan. We'll cast the Ragavan that we just tutored for. We're letting Larry draw another card. Picks up a Mindbreak Trap. It's gonna be pretty huge if Harrison decides to go for anything right now, because Ragavan was the second spell, but just electing to pass right on over to Larry. Not swinging anywhere with the Crom kind of identifies there's not really any really good attacks. I'd just rather have the 4/4 back as a blocker. Leave it on the table as a draw engine. And a big blocker. So looks like Larry resolving their fetch here. Gonna find a scrubland off that Bloodstained Mire. They are representing enough mana now to activate that Najeela, but not really a good attack. I guess you can swing that Najeela and the warrior. There are no good attacks for this warrior token here, so maybe you're just resigning yourself to only making 6 warrior tokens instead of only make 6 warrior tokens instead of the 8. You do get to gain quite a bit of life, though. Curious if there's a world where had Larry drawn possibly. So we're just attacking with a Najila here. Okay, interesting. Gonna get that exalted trigger. Okay, so we are gonna untap the Najila here. Interesting to not do it and gain an extra 5 life here. So looks like a missed 5 life from Larry. Not a very common mistake that Larry makes. So because if you had activated the Najila before damage, after blockers are declared before damage is dealt, then you give all your attacking creatures lifelink and then tap them. So So at the end of the day, Larry comes out with 2 warrior tokens, Najila, and 4 more life than he had before. Not really drawing what he needs to off of this heuristic study. So it looks like we passed back on over to Doug, who's considering his turn here. Looks like our players are politicking quite a bit here. So we'll give a quick view of our players. Oscar here looks pretty exhausted. Might have stayed up a little bit too late last night and not playing in this super grueling game. Yeah, so now we've got 2 Ranger captains going on. Both one in the hands of Harrison on Tavesh Krom and the other in the hands of Doug on Kenrith. So, hey, if you crack your Ranger captain, I'll crack mine, and you can't do anything. Okay, so it looks like Doug is tanking just a little bit here, considering what his next move should be. In a pretty awkward spot. I'm tapping 3 mana here for a Chatterfang. So okay, so we're just jamming our Chatterfang, saying go. Paying for this Mystic Armora yet again. 4 mana. So Oscar is just electing to sit behind this Mystic Armora and hope that it's it's striking fear into people's hearts. Hoping they won't play into the game too much. Maybe Oscar can start getting some more land drops down. Maybe develop some mana. Staring at Ristic Study from Larry that's drawn, I think 4 or 5 cards at this point is pretty terrifying. Especially since then Najeela is developed and cracking in for, if you're cracking in solo, it's 4 being exalted. It's pretty tough to block on Oscar's side. So we're just discarding a Mystical Tutor to hand size. Interesting. So we're holding up some form of interaction. Okay, so looks like we've gone to Harrison's turn here. He's gonna untap and just ult the Devesh. Takes everybody's commander. Hey, deal with it. Saw this coming, but usually Devesh getting ulted is pretty backbreaking for the whole table. So maybe Harrison, despite not having really a good draw engine online, electing to just turn to cast the Devesh, uptick, ult. Devesh put himself back out. Yeah, so now we'll get to minus our Devesh, start drawing cards finally, after taking everybody's commander. So we're floating the 2 colorless mana, playing our land for turn, sacking that City of Traders off. We'll see where that goes from here. Maybe Harrison's got a game plan. Here, I think now they're sitting on 4 cards in hand. But I think Larry here is hoping to have some sort of bounce spell. Maybe essentially buy back Najeela. Harrison flipping a gamble off the top of Larry's deck with that Ragavan swing is pretty huge. Gains a treasure, now has access to 4-5 mana. Wonder if there's a world where we can just gamble for our own Adnos. Let's see. Maybe we would gamble for Notion Thief. Gambling for Notion Thief, I think here is pretty spicy, especially with the Remora and the Rhystic Study in play. Could be a Bowmaster too. There's okay. So maybe there's a world where we want to tutor for a wheel. That ley line out catches you back up. You have every commander that you could ever want in play. Or if Harrison even has one of the A plus B combo pieces. I believe I saw a Consult in hand earlier. So we could just find the gamble for the Thoracle. Hope we don't pitch Thoracle or Consult and jam our win here. We got rid of all the possible Fierce Guardianships that are online. Maybe you find another piece. Maybe you find a piece of interaction, so that you can just keep your board the way it is and start cracking into people. And you've turned the tables in your favor. Now you've got the Najila beats, so we might even see this Najila start activating on Harrison's side. We can already make the white and the green mana through a Mox Diamond at a Treasure. And the Mana Confluence. We could get 2 activations out of the Najila. That's a lot of damage coming through. Looks like we got 9 cards in hand. So we got a 3. We're going to pitch that 3rd card. SWAT. I don't think that was the card that Harrison gambled for. So we could just see Harrison take it home right here. Locking up first seat for this Grim Monolith tournament. No, he likes to pass. See here, it looks like Larry might have drawn a Pact of Negation for turn. Yeah, it looks like there's a Pact there. So we got Felwar Stone, SWAT, Pact. We got a Mox Amber hanging out there. So Larry's just kind of contemplating what he wants to do. If he wants to run his mana rocks out into this fish. The fish is stuck around. Doug electing to not crack the Ranger Captain first. So just jamming Thoracle onto the stack. Maybe he sees, this is my window. The commanders have been taken. No, just a value Thoracle. Wow. We can use the mode of Scry 2 here. So Doug looking in dire straits. Thoracle's hidden mode of enter the battlefield, Scry 2 cards. Goes for 1 top, 1 bottom. So he likes one of the cards that he sees. Could have just put both on the bottom there. And gotten a fresh draw. This Mystic Remora is finally going to hit the bin after being in play for 6 turns. Oscar finally saying, I've drawn enough cards off this thing. I think I need the mana. Maybe I'm gonna go for my win right now. Maybe we'll see a swift reconfiguration come down. However, Larry does have Hardcast SWAT up. So Oscar kind of counting mana and double checking everything. So we've got a white or blue tapped here. We've got a silence coming down. Okay, so Oscar's going for the win right now. In response to the draw trigger, we've got a Hardcast Notion Thief. So I believe that was the card that might have been gambled for. It's paying off. So Larry does have a pact that he can pay for. So he could pact this Notion Thief, but that leaves that silence. So we do have a bit of politicking. So I think Larry is trying to convince Doug to crack the Ranger Captain in response to the silence. So it looks like our players are electing to take a peek at each other's hands here. Doug and Larry trading information. They're both kind of on the back foot, so they're saying, hey, we need to work together to stop both what's going on Oscar and Harrison's side of the board. So we do still have the Notion Thief. So the stack is currently, we've got a Silence, a Rhystic Study Trigger, and a Notion Thief on the stack. We've already drawn for the Rhystic Study Trigger off the Notion Thief. I think we're kind of considering what we should be doing. Like both Doug and Larry are in very good positions. If this pod goes to a draw, then they are seat 1 and 2 for this event. So they will be both taking home a Grim Monolith. Looks like we've got just a little over a half an hour left on the clock here. So Oscar showing his hand to Larry. And Larry showing his hand back. I believe Larry's holding on to a Demonic Tutor, Mind Break Trap, and a Pact of Negation. So, yeah, it looks like from what I heard, Oscar said he will not be trying to go for a win this turn if this Notion Thief gets stopped. And so Larry likes to hardcast this Mind Break Trap, targeting both the Notion Thief and the Silence. That way, He gets to keep on drawing. It stops both the Notion Thief and the Silence. So Larry has a lot of information now. He's working on basically perfect information after being able to see both Harrison and Doug's hands. Very, very strong politicking coming out from Larry here. Let's see if I can actually get this moved over here. There we go. It looks a little bit better. So we're going to be shocking in this Hallowed Fountain, tapping our Devoted Druid for a green, untapping it, tapping it for a green. Sure, we untapped it a second time. Just killed off our Devotion Druid. So we got 3 black, 3 green, 3 colorless in the pool. Let's see where we're going from here. Tapping for a blue. Got a lot of mana in the pool. You got 10 mana. We're casting Emrakul. We are casting our Emrakul. Wow, this puts Larry in a really tough spot because he cannot stop it. Because if he does stop it, then the only way to stop it here is Pact of Negation, and if it is in fact taking Larry's turn, then the Pact of Negation will. Okay, so we're targeting Harrison here. So I'm possibly looking to activate Tavesh, sack off his own Thrasios. So we're considering where. Okay, so everything, the Emrakul resolved. So we're going to Oscar's Harrison's turn. Looking at a Mnemonic Betrayal, Talisman, Dark Ritual. There's our draw for turn here. There's an Undergrowth Stadium, it looks like. So I wonder if we try to possibly kill someone with this massive board that Harrison has. So I wonder what Oscar's line to victory is gonna be here. He's staring at a console and a One Ring in his hand. Can definitely kill off at least one of the creatures swinging into the Emrakul. It's pretty free to do, so I don't see that not happening. If we make a land, we have the Undergrowth Stadium. We can make our land drop. Not Undergrowth. Likely a Morphic pool. I apologize. We can make our land drop and get a second combat with Najila. So we have moved to attackers. Looks like we accidentally bumped the life total down here. Make sure that gets fixed really quickly. All right, so I got that fixed for our players here. Yeah, this Emrakul I was talking about it just a little bit pregame. I thought it would be quite the spicy tech, and it looks like it's turned out to be a little complicated to use, but yeah. So it looks like we've got a bunch coming in over at Larry. And 5 creatures maybe coming in at Larry. Got the Kenrith, the Warrior. Okay, yeah, he's attacking in it himself with the Thrasios to get the Thrasios back. This is pretty interesting. So I can just take all the damage here. Trigger Ragavan. We got an Ancient Tomb. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Do you activate the Najila? If you activate the Najila, it gives him more board presence. So I'm not quite sure where Oscar goes with this. He can play the LED and discard Harrison's entire hand. So that seems like a pretty obvious. You're gonna minus. We're gonna plus. Okay. I think we want to minus to sacrifice probably our Ranger Captain, play the LED, and then get rid of all the cards that we just drew. Oh, it's a Verdant Catacombs. Okay. So we're fetching away with the Verdant Catacombs. We're going to go find a land here. You go find the Badlands. We're tapping the Badlands. I'm not sure why the... Oh, we reanimated the Grand Abolisher with Kenrith. Okay. So we reanimate the Grand Abolisher with Kenrith and pay 22 life into Necropotence and kill Harrison. So we're going down to 1. So we get to look at 22 cards. This is a pretty nasty Emrakul. That Necropotence being in hand, this straight up just kills Harrison. Yep. So here's the LED. Yeah, so we're gonna sack the LED in response to the Necro triggers. Probably make red, I assume, here. Make triple black, okay. So, Oscar's Emrakul here is very, very spicy. So, it looks like we are paying that 1 extra life. And gonna go ahead and knock Harrison out of the game. So Emrakul saying, kill target player, put a 13/13 on board for 10 mana here is pretty good. And also reanimated his Grand Abolisher. So Oscar gets to untap here and go kind of crazy. So Larry getting to Demonic Tutor. I do think that he just goes and finds... What do you go find here? Let's see. If he's got a Warren Soul Trader in hand, there's a world where this goes find Chatterfang, or the opposite direction, and then he can make 19 treasures. I'm not sure where the 19 treasures goes from here. Alternatively, could find a Cutzel. Not sure how much work the Cutzel puts in here for Larry. So with Larry having an Underworld Breach in hand, maybe Demonic Tutor for a bounce spell on the Leyline of the Void is pretty strong here too. But with that Ranger Captain in play, don't know how much there is that he can actually do. So it looks like we're politicking over our Demonic Tutor here. So Larry's just got infinite interaction. So we've got Pact and Fierce. It looks like. Where he's got his own Esper Sentinel. Not a whole lot else. Okay, it looks like it sounds like our players are discussing a draw here. So the draw guarantees both Oscar and Harrison make it into the top 10 cut. However, on the flip side of that, it locks in seat 1 for both Doug and Larry. So the only person that's gonna need to take a draw, or gonna have to think about taking the draw here, is gonna be Oscar. So we still got some politicking going on. Okay. So it looks like Larry is explaining that he does have a win here. So Oscar revealing Flare of Denial and Mental Misstep as the Noxious Revival so long ago back on top of the library. Doug showing a mana drain to back up anything that Larry might go for. I think we're still discussing the possibility of drawing here. So Larry revealing 2 pieces of interaction. So, but after this Demonic Tutor, Larry's got a whole lot of nothing going on. So maybe trying to sneak one out. Okay, so we got Flare of Denial coming out after Doug asking. Yeah, so looking like Blair might be able to convince these guys into a draw here. So Doug cracking the Ranger captain in response to the pact here. So we did go to a draw. It looks like. So we're able to convince the players to go into a draw and lock up seat 1 and seat 2 for both Doug and Larry. So we'll see next round for the cut to top 10.
It's hard to run away, so don't stop now. I'm falling for you, I can't lie. I wanted you to stay, 'cause it's hard to run away. Yeah, it's hard to run away. Feels like we're falling for the first time. This is exactly what it feels like when I can't go to sleep unless you're lying next to me. I can't go to sleep unless you're lying next to me. Feels like we're falling for the first time. Feels like we're falling for the first time.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
Empty hearts and neon lights. They're playing with my mind. Gotta get out of here tonight. Oh, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. La 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 la. Oh, oh. Get me out of broken hearts and starting fights. Turning truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh.
going on, guys? Welcome back. We are in our cut to top 10 currently. Our players are finishing resolving their mulligans here. Again, my name is Shelby. I'm glad to be casting for Darkside here in Las Vegas. So hopefully once our players get our mulligans resolved here, we'll be off to the races. So we've got here in seat 1, we've got Oscar on Timna Thrasios. Go ahead and pan back over these guys for you. We've got Oscar in seat 1 here on Timna Thrasios. We've got Harrison here in seat 2 on Tavesh Krom. Lance here in seat 3 on, or not Lance, I apologize. Sam here in seat 3 on Tassiger, and Lance in seat 4 on Kennen. So hopefully this game will be able to go pretty fast, but we'll see how it ends up being here. So okay, so it looks like we're off to the races here. We've got a Marsh Flats and Pass from Oscar in seat 1. Gonna ship it on over to Harrison. Gonna fire off a Git probe immediately. Let's see who we're taking a peek at. Yeah, I agree. Kennen is still going pretty strong. Losing the Mana Crypt and the JLo kind of sucks, but they stay at about the same speed. JLo operating in some lists is like get your Kennen out earlier, or a pseudo Lotus Petal, because the mana that is made by the Kennen off of the JLo is not commander only. But it looks like we're gonna take a peek at Kennen's hand here. Draw a card and fire off a Mana Vault on turn 1. Start is very reminiscent of last round start from Harrison here. Maybe he'll be able to get that turn 2 Tavesh down and start commanding that game pretty early. So, meanwhile, Sam has got a Soul Ring Pass off of the command tower in seat 3. Just gonna go Dork Pass on seat 4 from our Kennen player. Don't be deceived by Dork Pass in both Kennen and in like Jundargo. Very, very scary start. So looks like we're shortcutting an in-step fetch here. Just gonna get a Hollow Fountain tapped. No Surveil Land coming out from Oscar, interestingly enough. So we'll pan on over to the list here and double check for that Surveil Land. But if they're not playing one, maybe they'll start to consider one after today. Those Surveil Lands are very, very powerful effects. It doesn't look like they're on one, so maybe worth considering getting that Surveil Land for that. That's very powerful. Just look at the top card. If I don't like it, chuck it. But we're looking like we're on a pretty slow start here. Just another land go from the Timna Thrasios. Into a turn 2 Rhystic Study while floating a mana from Tavesh Krom. So looks like we're going to be trying to play a slower game here. So we got a land here out of Sam on Tassiger. Just gonna fetch for that Underground Seed. Maybe jam a Risk of their own. Staring down the face of 2 Rhystic Studies, I think Kennen's still pretty happy to be operating as usual. No, instead we're going with the Devoted Druid, paying for a Ristic Study here. Maybe eyeing up that Neoform. See here. A Neoform could go and get a Docent once you're ready to start going off. And so we've got an Instep Orcish Bowmaster on Sam's Instep pinging off that Elvish Mystic from Lance. It's going to be really, really tough. Getting rid of that Mana Dork and looking at that Cradle in hand, Lance is getting pretty sad. I'm going to be missing out on probably effectively 2 mana now. If he doesn't have another land source, another mana source, get that Kinnan cast. But maybe you sandbag the Kinnan a little bit in the face of the Bowmaster, but it looks like the only other land is an Ancient Tomb here, so not going to be able to find that turn 2 Kinnan that this deck really, really needs, especially after losing your Mana Dork here. It's already looking kind of tough for Lance to keep up in this game. So it looks like we do have a 3-drop coming down. It looks like maybe a Ristic Study of Lance's own, and it is. So it's going to be a nice, slow, dirtly game. We got 2 Ristic Studies down, a Bowmaster out. Maybe the Bowmaster will help the corner get turned here by Oscar. But we have a Pyroblast on the Ristic Study. Really, really back-breaking sequence of events for Lance here. With Seat 1 pinging off the Mana Dork, Seat 2 Pyroblasting the Ristic Study that's trying to get you to recoup, any sort of advantage you may have gained. But we've got Timna coming out here. Going to be drawing 2 cards. Already off to the Timna train race. Going to try to pull ahead. Maybe even try to accumulate more cards than this Ristic Study can. Looks like Oscar's still missing a 4th land drop, even after drawing so many cards. No, there's an Ottawa in hand there. So looks like we're okay on that front. But we're looking at discarding for hand size, going to clean up, discarding that Chain of Vapor. So maybe we'll see with not a lot of stacks pieces in play here, maybe Oscar can take advantage of those Timna draws instead of going to discard every turn. Like we saw a couple rounds ago from one of the Timna Crom players. Yeah, I agree. Without the Kinnan out, it's pretty tough. Especially after your Rista getting stopped there. It's really, really, really bad for Lance here. So but we got Sam eyeing up a Lotus Petal and a Meme Bet maybe. Already got a Thoracle and a Neoform here. So it looks like if we can just find either a tutor or that second part of our A plus B, we've got A plus B plus 2 pieces of protection here. Very, very scary. So we're jamming Thoracle already. So did I miss we already have the A plus B in hand? If so, we've got Force backup. No, we're just going for Thurical ETB Scry 2. Players kind of stressing out a little bit once they see that Thurical hit the stack. But Sam going to look at a couple cards here, decide if he likes either one of them. It's pretty tough if you like both of them, but one of them's got to go. So I'm curious if you would want to maybe you neoform into the 6 here. You don't have any lands to retrace your Thorical with, so let's see here. Maybe we just find a Polywog, get our own draw engine online. So it looks like the players are kind of contemplating over whether they let this neoform go through or not. So maybe Sam electing to play the Thorical there instead of getting rid of the Devoted Druid. Yeah, it is, there are ways to recur the Thorical in Tasigur. So see. I think they're trying to possibly convince Lance to interact here, but Sam does have. No, there's a Swan Song that comes out from Harrison. Sam does have force backup, so could force pitching meme bet here, or force pitching the Swan Song, and rely on that meme bet a little later on to get you some gas, get you going. Does just let the Swan Song on the Neoform resolve. So does get a 2/2 bird for his troubles. And then just ships the turn on over to Lance. I think Sam is still looking in a pretty okay spot with that meme bet. You've got access to 5 mana here, 6 even if you want to put that -1/-1 on the Devoted Druid. So there's a world where you could just meme bet and slam your Ristic, or slam Lance's Ristic, and still have force backup. But it does look like this Orcish Bowmaster is causing some trouble on the table. So Lance is just going to jam a Phyrexian Metamorph, copy the Bowmaster, get an Orc army of his own, and ping off Oscar's Orcish Bowmaster. So really looking to kind of try to take the driver's seat of the game. As we do see Lance just passing on over to Oscar. Notably missing his land drop, even though he does have that Cradle in play. Maybe he just wants to sandbag, or Cradle in hand rather. Maybe he just wants to sandbag it a little bit and make everybody think that he's playing dead. Hey, look at me! Or don't look at me! I missed my 3rd land drop. You know, make it seem super not scary. But as long as this Bowmaster and Orc Army sticks around for Lance, he's going to be able to finally get the cannon out. Just a little later than he would have liked, but late's a little better than never. So we see Oscar playing Otawara and then casting Volatile Stormdrake, paying for the Rhystic Study. I have to imagine that this is going to chase after that Orcish Bowmaster, especially with that Rhystic in play. Seems like a really valuable game piece to have in your control at this stage in the game. So it looks like the Stormdrake is going to resolve, and it's going to exchange control with the Phyrexian Metamorph here that is a copy of the Orcish Bowmaster. So really, really valuing that Bowmaster with that Rhystic Study in play. Oscar swinging in at Sam and Harrison here. Sam's gonna, looks like, chump block the Orc Army token to deny a draw from Oscar, who does pick up another land. So I think we're doing okay. Also holding up 1 mana piece of interaction. I believe they have a Swan Song in hand. It does look like that's the case. So I have a Silence, notably. So that's going to stop any sort of breach shenanigans from the Crom Tevesh deck. So we've got a Misty being played here by Harrison. I'm going to go ahead and crack it away. Look for, I have to imagine, probably an Underground Sea. Get that second black in play. Let's see if that Rhystic Study has drawn any powerhouse plays that Harrison can make here. So we do have the Colossal Sky Turtle in hand for Oscar as well, so could abuse that Volatile Stormdrake a little bit, bounce it back to his own hand, and take another creature. Possibly take the Devoted Druid, strangle the Tasker player out of mana as well. But we just got a Tevesh coming down, Dark Ritual into Tevesh, and then just uptick, make a couple throws. We'll see if this starts to run away with the game, as it did last round, where just got to uptick, ult. That's the power of Tevesh. You just take everybody's commander. They can't really play the game too well after that. But Oscar managed to find a way to that through finding his Emrakul and taking control of Harrison's turn last round. So we've got a Tasker cast here, delving away all but the Thoracle in the yard. So here comes the Gaia's Cradle. Maybe Lance is going to make some moves here. So Lance really in the tank here on what he can do. Looks like he's holding on to a Force of Vigor and a Dispel possibly. So maybe if he needs, he can hardcast that Force of Vigor and get rid of that Phyrexian Metamorph and the Rhystic Study. That could be a pretty huge way to swing the game back in his favor. But it looks like we're tapping for 3, floating a green. We're going to play our Thrasios out. So I have to imagine that Lance is going to try to develop a Mana Rock, maybe cast the Kinnan here, if possible. So we've already got some tabletop kind of going on. I think Oscar's trying to convince the table. Don't look at me, you know. Look at Harrison. He's got Tavesh, Rhystic Study, a bunch of cards in hand. He's going crazy, having the best time of his life. So Leon's paying 2 life here off the Ancient Tomb. Gonna run out. Oh, looks like an Arcane Signet possibly, and try to get that Kinnan developed. So he's just taking a look here at Tavesh. It's a uptick +2, make 2 thralls. You got +1, sacrifice a creature and draw 2 cards. It's commander, you need to draw 3. Notably had a lot of synergy with Rog a while back. Those decks are still running all around a little bit, but being able to just turbo out your Tavesh and then it's a Signet. But being able to turbo out your Tavesh and then just sack your free Rog and draw 3 cards is pretty good. Looks like we're thinking about where to send this Storm Drake. So we decided to not cast our commander. We let the mana fizzle and entered combat, or we let the mana fizzle, entered combat instead of developing our Kinnan here. Which, in the face of the Orcish Bowmasters, it makes sense to do so. Lance probably trying to set up for next turn of cast Arcane Signet, and then I have Gaia's Cradle to activate my Thrasios. Or cast Kinnan off the Arcane Signet. Apologize. So we've got the Orc Army and Timna. Looks like probably cracking in at the Tavesh here. Maybe the Orc Army at Tavesh and the Timna over at Harrison's face, trying to get some sort of value, draw a card, and get rid of that Tavesh. So it looks like Sam probably explaining the activated ability of Tassiger here. Looks like possibly a rapid hybridization coming out. Out of Harrison to save the Tavesh. Yeah, I'll take 2 to the dome. My Tavesh lives. You can draw your card. That's okay by me. So, Oscar came out with a 3/3. I believe Frog out of that trade. Green Frog Wizard. Okay, it looks like Oscar's able to kind of jam his otter here. So the Kitsa, both Lance and Sam having to give it a read here. Being able to loot on a Vigilance body is pretty relevant. You can crack in with Timna, get an extra card, and then you'll be able to loot, maybe pitch a land that you did not want. That you drew off that Timna there. Along with the added benefit of being able to copy instants and sorceries for 2 mana after you have cast 2 non-creature spells in the turn. Yeah, it definitely needs Tavesh to keep the ball in Harrison's court. Probably gonna see another uptick here to make a couple throws. Keep it defended to the best of their ability, of course. So it looks like we got 3 Toxic Deluge coming out from Harrison here. That's huge for Harrison. That blows the entire board up. It makes sure your Tavesh stays safe. It turns off Lance's Gaia's Cradle. But it looks like we're going to get a Swan Song to fight over it here. Oscar's still hanging out with Swan Song of their own. So Sam having to use that interaction there is kind of rough. So it looks like we got our players kind of discussing over this, and a Fierce comes out from Harrison. So this is probably when Oscar's going to pull the trigger on that Swan Song that they've been holding for so long. So this big fight over this Toxic Deluge. We'll see if Harrison has anything to follow it back up with. Maybe we start chasing down this Tavesh with these Bowmaster Pings. So it looks like we got Harrison here thinking a bit over the swan song on this Fierce. So it looks like he does have another counter spell. Harrison going to be able to possibly win this really big fight over this Toxic Deluge, meaning that it's pretty huge here. And he does have a SWAT, so he's going to be able to redirect that swan song to the SWAT. Since it doesn't look like there's another piece of interaction in hand here from Oscar, and Sam probably spent the tank on this swan song. Yeah, it does look like this deluge was forced through. So Harrison going to be able to uptick that to Vesh, make a couple of throws. Have an empty board with a Tavesh out. Sounds like a dream to me. So Harrison getting put in the driver's seat here by that huge Toxic Deluge. Yeah, basically that Deluge working in two ways to protect that Tavesh and just essentially strip mine the guy's cradle for now. Looks like Sam peels an Adnaz off the top, but just 1 mana short of being able to slam that Adnaz after a big counter war. So Sam gonna tank a little bit here. Yeah, Toxic Deluge definitely putting in work there. I remember when I come back after not looking at spoilers for a little bit, and I see that they printed Toxic Deluge into Modern Horizons 3. I was like, what in the world? You banned Fury, but you brought Deluge into the format, so you really just don't like creatures, do you? But it looks like Lance is gonna pick up a Swan Song on the draw step here, so just a turn late. Quite sure. We'll double check what card we've got coming out here for Lance. Got the Prophet of Distortion, so Lance looking to maybe Windmill Basalt here. So if he's able to play that Cannon, slam the Basalt Monolith after this huge counter war, you can just draw your whole deck. But Adranith does come down, kind of stopping that game plan from Lance. Surprisingly, Lance will still be able to just draw a card in Sam's end step. So maybe not completely out of the game yet, as long as the as long as the profit sticks around. Yeah, you might be able to use that Draenith as a bit of leverage of don't look at me. I'm just chilling. I'm not doing anything. Do we miss a Mana Vault trigger here? Oh, thanks, sir. True. Can't trust Grixis players. Can't live with them. Can't live without them. So it looks like we're just going to play the Ragavan and pass. After upticking and drawing a couple cards off that Tevesh. So where it's really going to prove its worth. And a pretty huge carpet coming down. Right now it only makes 2 extra mana, but moving down the line it's going to be able to start snowballing even more. So I wonder if we can make anything work here with this. But no, we're just jamming the Adnos. And then a Dispel fired off. I think Sam was just really hoping that after that huge counter war over the Toxic Deluge, everybody's tank was kind of empty, but he does have the force backup here. And then Harrison just having another piece of interaction to stop this Adnos, so it's really, really brutal for Sam. I believe Sam's only got 3 cards in hand here and was looking to jam a main phase Adnos and maybe sneak a win in even through the Rhystic Study. Yeah, I think we're down to 1 card in hand for Sam now, so he's feels like all but out of this game. But maybe he can cast the Tasker again and get something going. And then Lance just deciding to pass. Yeah, I think both Tasker and Kennen are kind of struggling right now. They're going to try to get back in the game, but really it's just looking like TNT and Tevesh Krom face-off. where Tavesh Krom just has Ristic Study, a bunch of cards in hand, Tavesh already in play, can just keep drawing and drawing. So it's looking like Harrison on Tavesh Krom is going to continue to slowly take this game over. So we got 3 mana coming out here from Oscar. Gonna channel that Sky Turtle. Colossal Sky Turtle. What are we buying back? Probably Bowmaster? Yep, we're buying the Bowmaster back. All in end step, so you're gonna be able to untap and hold that Bowmaster back up. I do see a Mockingbird in hand as well, I believe, so we could play Bowmaster and just Mockingbird copy the Bowmaster and just chill out for a little bit, you know, slow the game down. So we are just casting the Bowmaster, paying for Ristic Study here. I apologize, I guess it was not a Mockingbird. So just gonna develop the Bowmaster, say go. Once again chilling out. Looks like there was a missed Bowmaster trigger. Don't see an Orc army in play. Go grab our Judge here possibly. Oh, it looks like the Bowmaster is still on the stack, and Lance is just going to be drawing in response. So the Bowmaster will resolve and ping off that Ragavan. So looks like Oscar is in a pretty okay spot, not the best, not the worst, holding on to a silence. So I'm going to be able to stop a win attempt that Harrison may go for. Holding on to a dress down and a silence here. Possibly a misdirection in hand as well. So we're going to have a Valley Flood Caller come down. I think this guy's in instep too. So maybe we could see Harrison just jam a Necro here and they have another black source in hand, jam a Necro and start to go crazy. So we're gonna sack off the thrall, draw a couple more cards. Marking 2 damage on the flood caller here. Possibly thinking in response to these triggers. If you're able to cast a non-creature spell, pump that otter just out of range. Yeah, we're gonna flash into Mox Opal, trigger that prowess, give it +1/+1. Keeping that honor alive. Gonna shock into Steam Vents here. So, still looking for a third black. Maybe a little too low to Necro now, but I think seeing 17 cards is still pretty good when you have as much mana as Harrison has here. So it looks like we're casting a last chance here. So Harrison is trying to just go off and win, but unfortunately, Harrison doesn't have a counterspell for this silence here. Harrison's just going to be upkeep silenced, and not really anything that they're going to be able to do about it. Or we just went to discard? No, we just went to discard and passed the turn. Okay. So maybe Harrison's hand is just loaded with interaction here. Not able to piece together a win with an extra turn, so deciding to get rid of that extra turn effect. Possibly has either the Warrior's Oath or the Final Fortune stuck in hand as well. So not too worried about getting rid of one of those time walks. So Lance able to pick up a Mox Diamond here. Yeah, Tasker just said land go. Unfortunately not able to recast that Tasker with the Draenith in play. That, the only other card being Mnemonic Betrayal is pretty rough for Sam here on Tassiger. So we're going to cast a Clever Impersonator. Maybe going to come down, ping that Bowmaster again. Make a copy of the Bowmaster, ping the Bowmaster off, and hopefully kill the Draenith off a little later. Play Kennen, get get your game plan going. Then Lance does have a Swan Song backup here too, so can protect this Clever Impersonator a little bit. So I think we're discussing over this this Clever Impersonator possibly, or Lance is considering if he gets his Clever Impersonator, if it ETBs, do you ping the Bowmaster or do you ping the Tevesh? Because while on one hand you can kind of team up with the other Bowmaster player and say, hey, look, we need to start taking care of the Tevesh's board, but on the other hand, you can't really do too much. They can just keep going off. Even if you want to kill the Otter, they can just keep casting spells over top of the Bowmaster triggers. So they're a non-issue. So, not quite sure what the Impersonator copied here. Maybe it copied the Otter? It's either the Otter or the Draenith. As we didn't see a ping come down and no army token made. So it's gonna make its way back to Oscar's turn here on TNT. Does pick up a Consult, so I'm not quite sure where that leaves Oscar. The Orc army cracking in here at Harrison, it looks like, instead of cracking at the Devesh, pressure that life total. Already down to 17, if no blocks, goes down to 13. So just one moment. Alright, so maybe it came down. What did we come down as for that Clever Impersonator? Come down as a copy of the Ristic, maybe? It looks like that was the case. So we do have Hullbreaker Horror. Unfortunately, going off over the heuristic study triggers is not an option due to AppNap order. The Hullbreaker Horror trigger will go on the stack, and then the heuristic study trigger will go on the stack. So Lance will draw a card every single time, letting the Bowmaster triggers keep on going. So there's no way to go over top in that case, unfortunately. So we have marked 1 damage on the Valley Flood Caller. Maybe we try to fire off a Silence, trigger the Rhystic Study, attempt to ping the Otter again, but if there's another 0 mana rock, no, the Otter will die either way. So So maybe we're eyeing up this dress down. So maybe we can get this this dress down on the board. No, we're just gonna cast Thrasios and trigger Rhystic Study. The 2 Rhystic Studies. So we've just got a bunch of damage marked on this Hullbreaker Hoarder. Lotus Petal looking like a pretty good pickup for Lance, actually. If he can find a way to deal with that Draenith, possibly bounce the Draenith. And start to go to town. Does show a Swan Song and a Force of Vigor to Oscar here. So we're casting Dress Down. Not sure if this is main phase or in phase. So it looks like we're marking that 2nd damage on the Otter. I'm going to make it difficult for Harrison to go off. Does decide to let the Otter go. As casting a spell wouldn't really do anything to protect the Otter due to the Lance's Rhystic Study draw going on the stack. So Lance is going to fire a Force of Vigor now. Looks like we're paying for the Rhystic Study, maybe? It's probably ideal. You can get rid of the Mana Vault and the Mox Opal and the Rhystic Study, possibly. So it looks like we're discussing what the target should be for our force of vigor here. Okay, so we're going after the mana wand and the Ristic Study. So it looks like I don't think they're too worried about a problem with going infinite here, due to the Ristic Study in play by Lance and the Orcish Bowmaster in play from Oscar. So especially with the dress down in play, it's not going to be an issue. So it looks like Harrison does get to untap here with the Hullbreaker Horror. So maybe if Harrison decides to try to start going off, then we could probably have some problems. If Lance finds a way to get rid of that dress down and the Draenith, then he can push through a win here. But don't see that being the case. Be a little reckless to try to go off like that. Yeah, there's a lot going on here in this board state, so I imagine it's pretty easy to miss a few things. I've almost forgotten about the Draenith a couple of times myself, so. Looks like we're kind of in the tank a little bit here. Harrison thinking about his best avenue. Clever Impersonator becomes a copy of the Ristic Study as it enters the battlefield, so it's no longer a creature and is not affected by the dress down. Okay, so we do have a Chain of Vapor. Looks like Chain of Vapor is targeting the Draenith here. Possibly. So I think Lance is considering if he should Swan Song and fight over this, but I'm not sure if this is the fight you want to start picking. I think you want to hold the Swan Song there for maybe an Underworld Breach or something else, because that dress down is still stopping that Hullbreaker Horror from being a problem. So I think the players are just kind of discussing what could come from this Chain of Vapor, possibly from Harrison's side, maybe trying to entice Lance into using his interaction on this. But I think it's correct to just hold the interaction here on the Draenith, because it lets you untap without a Draenith in play, and if you're able to find a way to get rid of that dress down, then you can slam your Kinnan, try to find a win condition, and start going from there. So we'll switch over to our players here. While we're kind of talking out the problem with the Chain of Vapor. It looks like it resolved. Bouncing the Draenith here, and we've cast a Yogg's Will. So maybe holding that Swan Song was correct. Lance can fire off the Swan Song now on this Yogg Will. Yeah, so getting to stop potentially stop the Yogg Will here, along with having the Draenith out of the picture for now, is pretty huge for Lance, because he gets to untap, cast his Kinnan, and then say go with a bunch of mana now. So if he's able to untap, hit his land drop, he's got the Lotus Petal, so you know we're doing okay on that front. I think the Tevesh was just trying to push for their win here, so just hoping that interaction's been spent. Like, people are still just out of gas for the time being, but unfortunately for Harrison, that's not the case. Lance was able to pick up a Swan Song. So we do have a Final Fortune paying for the Ristic here. So I do think that that Harrison may have an Underworld Breach in hand. Maybe trying to go for the win here. Sam's on empty, and you know Lance and Oscar are just kind of looking at each other. Like, you got something for this? You got something for this? But we're gonna go. Yep, we're gonna go to Harrison's next turn and silence in the upkeep. Yeah, so it looks like there's a silence on the stack here. In Harrison's upkeep, meaning this might be the end of the road for Harrison, and then Lance will just get to cast Kinnan and have a Ristic Study and a Kinnan in play. Start grinding the game out. Looks like the silence does resolve, so this is probably going to be the end for Harrison here. we're drawing a couple of cards here. Yeah, this only pings off Lance's creature, so not sure the benefit here. Yeah, so it looks like Harrison's knocked out of the game here, and with Sam effectively out of the game, it's down to pretty much a 1v1 between Oscar and Lance. As Sam has a meme bet and an Imperial Seal, so maybe with that Draenith gone, actually, there's a chance. I'm not sure if there's any fast mana here in Oscar's graveyard, but he is asking to see graveyards here. So yeah, Lance taking a look at Oscar's graveyard too. Oscar going to do the same with Lance's graveyard. I think they're going to see there's not really too much that's super threatening, but Sam is going to make 3 black mana here off that Carpet of Flowers. That silence that Oscar's been holding on to for the longest time is paying off. So it looks like Sam is going to go for the meme betrayal here. Not quite sure how far we'll be able to get. We got 5 mana and a dream, so maybe we can just jam Lance's Rhystic Study here. Not a whole lot else that we can do. So maybe there is actually a world where we can cast our Chain of Vapor targeting our Carpet of Flowers, continue the chain, bounce our Soul Ring, recast our Soul Ring, or recast our Carpet of Flowers, make 3 more black mana, then working with a little bit more. But maybe the Volatile Stormdrake takes the Bowmaster here. Maybe that's what Sam's eyeing up. So it does look like the Stormdrake's going to come down. I'm not quite sure what we're going to be taking. Okay, so we are going to be taking the Bowmaster here. So we're going to stifle the trigger. Wow. So it looks like really the only thing that Sam was able to get going with that main bet is to get a heuristic study. So that stifle coming up pretty huge. But I suppose Sam does have a 2-2 to work with, I guess. So you got a heuristic study and a 2-2 out of it. Not the worst deal ever, but definitely on the struggle bus a little bit with 2 heuristic studies and a bowmaster in play. So it looks like this bowmaster is just going to keep running away with the game. So it looks like those last 2 cards that that Harrison decided to draw on the way out are going to really come back to bite Lance here, getting to ping off his 2-2 for free. So once again, that guy's cradle is turned off due to not having any creatures in play. It's super brutal for Lance. But I wonder if we can play this Chromox here, play our Rejuvenating Springs, maybe still end up with a Cannon spin out of the deal. So maybe not the worst thing in the world for Lance here. So this ping is going to chase down, Kennan's face. Looking at an 11-11. So we did pitch Birds of Paradise to our Chrome Mox here. And Lance's does have the option of play Cannon, hold up a spin. Just a little shy of being able to double spin with that Lotus Petal in hand, too. Maybe if he's able to find, he's got another Mana Rock in hand. So yeah, we are going to go with the line of Cannon pass, or maybe pass. Hold up our spin. But that Orc army is no joke now. It's a 12-12. So it's like Oscar might be able to take this one away. Maybe playing the Cannon before playing the Lotus Petal is a little rough for Lance here. He's holding on to a trophy mage, so maybe Lance can get away with playing the trophy mage off of this ancient tomb here. Floating a blue mana. Then you can cast the trophy mage, let one draw resolve, and then cast your basalt. Paying for the Rhystic trigger. Then we get 2 cannon spins. Maybe find an infinite outlet there. So we are going to go with the line of cast our trophy mage. We're paying for the Rhystic now. Okay. So we're probably going to find a Basalt Monolith here. We have already played our land for turn being the Rejuvenating Spring, so there's no Treasure Vault out here, but if Lance does have a mirror in hand, that he would be able to win here. So if Lance does have that Mirage Mirror, he can cast the Basalt, paying for that Rhystic Study, not allowing that draw trigger to happen, ping on the Kinnan. And then produce infinite colorless mana, cast that Mirage Mirror, make Mirage Mirror, copy Basalt Monolith, put 400 million activations in Mirage Mirror on the stack, or Basalt Monolith as Mirage Mirror on the stack, and then change the Mirage Mirror to a blue-green land. So we are jamming the Basalt Monolith, paying for the Rhystic Study here. So looks like Lance is demonstrating a loop of infinite colorless mana. And do we have the Mirage Mirror? We got Finale. Finale doesn't quite do it. Or does? Or did we have green? Oh no, we have green off of the Arcane Signet, so Finale does do it. Wow, so Lance is able, after getting just beat down over and over again, to pick up a win here. Through a pretty tight line of having almost exact mana to not allow for any draws out of that Rhystic Study and no pings on the Kinnan. So glad to see him scoop it up. We'll see him in top 4 while we wait for our other match. So we'll see you guys in top 4. Thanks.
Keep on running till we die. Ain't no mercy in this life. There's nowhere left to run away. No, there's nowhere left to run away. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. in a sweet harmony. Someday we'll all be free.
Alright guys, welcome back. We got our finals going here. I got a legendary co-host Surge with me. What's
Hello,
up,
hello.
Surge?
Not much. 03 drop.
Let's go.
Pretty lit.
Let's go.
How's it feel? We've made it. We made it to the end. You excited?
Exhausted.
Exhausted? Yeah, I could bet.
It's a lot of talking.
Yeah.
Usually a pretty quiet guy, so talking.
I feel that. I'm the same
for
way,
9
but
hours.
talking about Magic is my favorite thing.
Talking about Magic is pretty great.
All right, so in our finals pod, we have Kenrith, Najila, Timna Crom, and Kinnan.
Yeah, so...
Did this shock you that these decks would get some wins today?
Kennen definitely, yeah.
All right,
It's
fair on
definitely
that.
shocking to see Kennen pick up even a single game, even though I watched Lance just pull together a pretty sick tight line for a win. But
Yeah, I didn't see all of it, but I was watching the stream, and the last thing I saw was a Toxic Deluge, so I thought he was
Oh yeah,
out
I
of the
thought
game.
it was just,
But
I thought it was done.
I come back, and he got the dub, so that's sick.
Yeah, he managed to cobble together a win line with Trinket Mage into Basalt Monolith. And,
Nice. I saw Draenith come down. Did it get removed eventually?
It got bounced by the Tavesh Crom player that was trying to go off. And
Yeah,
then they got
makes
upkeep
sense.
silenced in their final fortune turn. So
Sick.
then Lance just got to run away with that game. So
Sweet. Well, now we're here. So it looks like Kinnan is taking a mole. I think Benedict took a mole.
yeah. Looks like,
I think first and second seat kept their hands.
Oh no,
Just based off of their.
having a little bit of trouble here. Sorry.
Just based off of commanders and seat order, who do you have taken this whole thing down?
Taking this whole thing down, I think that Larry on Najila is pretty big favorite. Larry's a really good player, and
I agree. He's our local hometown hero.
the hometown hero.
It was cool seeing him get the bye. He got time to take a break. So we kept a 7. He's pretty familiar with how these other people play, so we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, definitely.
But we'll see. Doug he's like a wild card. You never know what he's going to do.
There we go. He did manage to kind of squeak out a win in round 1, where it looked pretty hopeless. So Doug could pull something out of left field here.
Yeah, we'll see. He gets that seat 1, so
C1
hopefully a
is
strong
pretty
play.
huge, yeah. Love to see maybe a Mystic Remora out of him turn 1.
Yeah, that might be a good play.
That would be able to kind of stifle, if not stifle the development of the other players, get you so far ahead that it just doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, we have 2 pseudo creature decks, so we'll see how much if it draws. But
Yeah.
looks like they're taking another mole. I think they're both on 5 or 6. So
Yeah, 5 or 6.
we'll see. These 2 players were just they just finished their top 10 match, so I'm sure
Yeah.
their decks are a little in weird
Could
order.
be, yep. And I imagine it feels really nice for Doug and Larry to come into this this finals match super fresh after getting a bye in the top 10.
Yeah, they're feeling great. Hard to see. I don't see a lot of lands in Tim Crom's hands, so I don't imagine he can keep this. But
Yeah, it looks like Lance is already back on another mole, so
Well-
going down to 5 possibly here.
yeah, I think that's okay with Kinnan. Sometimes they can take aggressive moles because all they need
Yeah.
is a couple mana and a way to.
Need Mana Dork and Basalt Monolith.
Yeah.
You get to smile.
Yeah. Alright. So we'll see. It looks like Benedict has 1 land and a gamble. And a bunch of
1 land.
talismans, but
Is that 1 land? A Chrome Mox, it looks like possibly.
was it a Chromox? Okay, then
There's
that's
a Chrome Mox, a Talisman, a land, and
that's probably a decent hand. I don't think you can ask for much better post ban.
okay, it looks like Benedict's on a 6 here.
So must mean Lance is on a 5.
Yeah, I believe that would mean.
Oh,
Oh no,
just
down to
rough.
4. It's pretty rough to go down to 4 in a finals match like this.
Yeah, so he's going last.
Yeah.
I think.
Seat, you're on probably the slowest deck in the pod.
Yeah, so he might probably just looking for a fish at this point. Well, it looks like the players
Never
see
seen
their prize.
Grim monoliths.
Very surprising, and they also split a collector's box, so they're just
Yeah.
playing for the glory here, which is worth more than all of that, depending who you ask.
It's true. Surge always got to go for the glory. So
Yeah, I tried. Didn't work out today. Bad
That's-
beats.
That's how it is sometimes.
Went second, round 1. Player 1 had a Ristic. Turn 1, hard to beat that. Next 2 rounds, I was going last, so can only do so much.
That's how it goes.
Yep.
That's how the cookie crumbles.
Yep. On to the next one. Looks like Lance is keeping his 4.
All right.
Can't imagine he can go to 3, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty rough. Right. The secret condition is all the finals players start with a Grim Monolith in play. So C1 is just turbo ahead.
That's pretty sick. I'd play that game. Did you start recording?
Yes.
Or, I don't know. Okay, cool. Gotta record all those shuffling.
Yep.
Looks like he kept land and mana dork. Not much
all
more
you
you can
need.
ask.
Yeah. That's all you
We'll
need.
figure the rest out.
So all 4 of these players gonna be pretty happy taking home a Grim Monolith.
Yeah, I would be if I was there.
Yeah. Yeah. I decided
Get 2
not to
wins,
play.
take home a Grim Monolith. That's not a bad deal.
Win twice in your Swiss, your 3 rounds of Swiss, and
Yeah,
take home a nice little.
it's all right. All these players. All right, looks like we're getting it started. Flooded
Okay.
Strand.
Yeah, Flooded Strand.
Let's
going
see what he
into,
follows up with.
Let's see. Underground Sea into Remora. Say go. Be a pretty gross turn 1, but
Yeah.
that's what it takes to win sometimes.
Birds of Paradise. Oh,
Oh wait, no, wait.
all right. Oh, looks like they're just rewinding for the footage.
Okay.
So we have
gotta-
first 7, 6, and 4.
Yep. Okay,
So
now we're gonna
Flooded Strand,
fetch
shortcutting to
for
Birds of Paradise.
Trop,
pass.
get Birds of Paradise. I imagine.
How do you feel about this play?
I mean, it's
It's a play.
it's a play, one of the plays of all time. Didn't really get a good look at the rest of Doug's hand, so maybe the Birds of Paradise just unlocks a turn 2.
gross turn 2?
We'll
Yeah.
play some Oracle Consult, and we all go home.
That'd be a crazy start.
That'd be one heck of a way to end of the day for you.
Oh, taking a look at Doug's deck. Looks like the fish is in his
Yeah.
deck, so
Well, unfortunate.
very unfortunate. Looks like Larry's playing a Tundra, and I believe I saw an Esper Sentinel in his hand.
Oh, is it the Ristic Buddy coming down? So looks like we're just getting the shuffles wrapped up.
Yeah, no shortcutting on this turn. Things are
Very,
serious.
very precise gamer.
Yep.
Come
Turn
down
one
with the
Esper.
Turn 1 Esper.
See, I like
Sentinel
this play a
and
lot.
C2 Elvish for a mana vault. Wow. Larry is just out of the gates blazing.
Yeah, I really like this start, and I imagine he has some other gas in hand, and then the Esper will
Just
lead him to
refill,
victory.
yeah. Just refill. So, but we do still have to
Oh, looks like I don't know
on the
if
table.
Benedict in third seat ripped that land, but that's pretty
I
good.
believe
He's
that was a top deck land. I didn't see that in hand when we kept that.
Yeah,
Kept our
so
6.
going for the turn 1 gamble. What do you think he's going for? Crypt does not exist anymore, so
It's interesting. Maybe a turn 1 gamble for Ristic Study. I saw a couple 0 drops in the hand, so maybe
all I saw was a
Ristic,
Chrome
was
Mox,
it-
so
was it just the Chrome Mox? Oh, there's an Arcane Signet. That's right. So you have to hope you don't pitch the Chrome Mox Ristic Study or
yeah.
or your
I think I
land.
saw Beseech the Mirror, so I wonder if he's gonna
Yeah.
go for a turn 2 play. So we'll see.
It's possible.
Even a
If we
beseech
search
into
for-
heuristic's pretty good.
Still feels pretty good, yeah.
All right, looks like gambling with 6. So let's see.
It hits it every time.
Oh,
man,
you called
gambled
it.
for the heuristic study. Oh no, that's gonna feel really bad for Benedict, but
Yeah.
you know that's how I play gamble. You turn 1, play it.
Yeah,
get the-
sometimes.
the 15%er.
Yeah. All right. It looks like Lance has a Mox Diamond.
Yep. So maybe we get a turn 1 cannon here. I'm gonna
Yeah,
fetch
we'll
for a
see if he
Trop, I
opts
assume.
for turn 1 cannon or turn 1 mana dork with turn 2 cannon. Set up a lot of mana.
Maybe we just go mana dork.
Yeah, that's also fair. Make a lot of mana turn 2. You never know. Sometimes they just rip the basalt out of nowhere.
It happens. Lance having plenty of ways to tutor them for the basalt too, so even though with the basalt might be a little rough, especially considering you have 4 cards, and so there's not really a way that you can win on the spot with a basalt. Instead, you put a big target on your back.
Yeah, let's see what he follows up with.
Okay, so we're tapping just the Mox Diamond, so it's probably going to be Dork. Yep.
We got the elf
Just
coming
Dork.
down. I'm curious what the last card in his hand is.
Could be another land. You could have gone like the super safe route.
Yeah.
Hope to peel another land or something like that.
Yeah. All right, let's see what Doug has up to bat.
Okay, Ignoble.
Mana dork into mana dork.
Mana dork. Say go. Not quite. Still gonna land to play. Oh no, it is mana dork, say go.
Interesting plays.
upkeep,
Larry,
Mystical tutoring.
yeah, what do you think he's grabbing?
Depends. I could see like possibly a dark ritual here. Or just ad nauseam. Maybe he just has the dark writ in hand.
Wow.
Land dark writ, jam ad naus. I got a black mana floating. Deal with it.
Yeah. I'm excited to see if this resolves or not.
I have a feeling that it's probably pretty likely to resolve.
Considering
Yeah,
everyone's
there's
pseudo
Colin.
tapped out. Ooh, Colin the week.
So we're just gonna jam our naus here.
All right,
Lance
sounds
checking-
like
Lance checking the 1 card in hand.
sounds like this is gonna resolve. This is the problem I have with mana dorks. You just tap out and then lose to the next guy. Looks like it's resolving with 2
Alright.
black floating. I think our match is gonna be over
I think
very
our
soon.
hero, Larry is gonna end up taking it here.
Yeah, already hitting 2-0 drops and a spirit guide. This
Yep,
is
this is looking like it's
looking really
gonna
good.
wrap.
More mana. Land.
We're
Chain
still
of
happy to see
Vapor.
these. Ragavan's fine.
Derevi. So
Just,
I imagine he just needs 1 tutor and then it's gonna be over. So hit the brain freeze. That's already 2 parts of the
yeah,
breach
all
combo.
all we need to do is hit the breach here, or
All right.
for the breach, and it's over.
Yeah, he flipped over a imp seal and I believe a born upon a win, so he can very easily find a way
Okay, yeah. So we
to
can,
crack the
we can crack
pile.
Here. Got Chatterfang flipped. There's a veil.
All right.
I imagine we've just got a wrap here. You get to MCL
Yeah.
for that
Do you
breach.
think? You think he's gonna keep flipping?
I don't think there's a reason to. But I guess Larry disagrees with me.
Yeah. I was gonna say there's not much you can hit besides like Force of Will, so he's going deep.
I guess he's looking for a counter spell, but
I think I saw his hand bled a little bit. He has a gamble, so I think this is gonna be it. All right, leading off with the Dark Rit, making more mana. I think this is
we're gonna
good.
Go up to 4.
If nothing's been mind braked or counterspelled, I think the world is oyster. He's just trying to figure out.
I think the only person that he's concerned about right now is possibly Doug. But if that Adnos slipped through, then you're perfectly fine because that Adnos was the third spell. So
Yeah.
you're not worried about mind break trap at all.
Yeah, I think the only thing it has to pseudo play around is Spirit Guide Boseiju, which I doubt that if you have that hand, you know.
Spirit Guide Boseiju would be pretty spicy,
Yeah.
to say the least.
So
But I
just
think you
making
can
making tons of
generate
mana.
enough
I
here.
think. Let's see if he goes for the gamble line or the Impseal Born line. Nope, just going for the gamble. Well, with like he revealed a Savine, so this just is just
Yeah, it's a wrap.
yeah. I think they're just playing it out for the camera.
I think you still just jam the Born before you play the Breach anyways, because that way you don't even have to worry about Spirit Guide Boseiju.
Yeah, I think he has enough to just
Like the world
do it in
is
response.
Absolutely, Larry's always.
He also revealed a veil, and it looks like he has that Chrome Mox up just in case. So I don't.
Yeah, I don't see a way out for
Yeah, the rest of our
the
players.
rest of our table here. As Larry's gonna fan out
This is
an
my
infinite number of cards with the gamble and say pick your least favorite.
yeah. This is my favorite type of Magic. Just win fast, go play the next game. All right, let's see if Lance can snipe it.
Boom.
All right, I'm gonna guess land. Boom.
Got it.
I should have guessed which land.
And there's
All
the
right.
Breach, as expected.
Here's our breach. Yeah, I'm very happy to see Najila still putting in work.
Oh yeah, definitely. A lot of people thought that Najila would be
Out
kinda
of
toast after no JLo, no Mana Crypt.
yeah, you put good cards in your deck, you know, you'll find your ways in the winners bracket. All right. Let's see how
Let's
he
see
goes
what he's
about it.
cooking up. Are we just gonna
Let's
put
see
the
if he
board on
goes the
stack?
most.
No, we're just gonna brain freeze. Okay.
I think this is fine. There's not. He'd have to be. Oh. He can't even cast that. It's just playing it
It's
off.
just playing around with Larry a little bit. So it looks like they're gonna be playing it out for the stream here.
Oh, Benedict revealing his hand. Yeah, if Mana Crypt was legal, this would have been a really good hand.
Yeah.
Gamble for
absolutely.
Crypt.
Gamble for Mana Crypt and
Into Rock.
run your rocks out. Have fun, but it's okay. You discard the
Yeah.
Crypt anyways off the gamble. So
Well, this is about wrapping it up. He has the full breach combo. Just gonna brain freeze, play LED, crack his hand, keep doing it, repeat, play Thoracle. Probably playing Abolisher somewhere in that line.
yep. Eliminate all chance for interaction, as if they would
Yeah.
have already
Oh,
interacted
Doug
with
just
you.
flip over a Forcible on top. I imagine
Oh,
he has a
man.
blue card in hand.
Wait, where did our Windswept Heath come from?
Where? Oh, there?
Yeah,
Oh,
we just put a Chatterfang and a Windswept Heath in play for
I
fun.
think they just flipped it over. All right, looks like,
Yeah, it looks
this
like
will
they
be
picked 'em up.
game.
So, all right, well, we got a
Sweet
quick
finish.
finals.
I was every time I see Najila or someone play a Mana Vault, I just think, oh, I hope he nozes.
Yeah.
He only had a Tundra, so I was like, okay, maybe he has a Dark Rit, but Culling was really good. A lot of people don't like Culling the week, but
I guess we...
you know, Culling the week, one colorless that costs us Noz very easily.
Yep,
So
absolutely.
well, looks like this is a wrap up our event.
So, Well, thanks for tuning in, guys.
Yeah, thanks
We'll
for
see
joining
ya-
us. See us on the next one.
See you next time.
Check out Cardboard Content. Check out
absolutely.
Darkside Games. Hopefully we have more events soon. Maybe we'll have a winners interview. I don't know if
Yeah,
Larry's up
possibly.
for it.
We'll,
Let me go. Let me go
check with
ask
Larry
him.
here and see if he's down for
Larry
winners
took
interview.
all the glory.
All right, so it looks like we got Larry here. You managed to win the Grim Monolith. How you feeling? Or the Grim Monolith tournament. How you feeling, Larry?
It was easy.
It was easy, huh?
Yeah.
Just win.
Yeah, just win.
Just win. Yeah, you got a pretty clean turn 2, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah, the hand was kind of insane. It was Esper Sentinel with a fetch land and a scrub land. So I thought about it for a few seconds. So this was the hand. Fetch land, scrub land, Esper Sentinel, Elvish Spirit Guide, Mana Vault, Calling the Weak, and Mystical Tutor.
Wow.
And I drew something, I don't even know, I think a gamble. So
Wow.
I go, turn 1 Esper, ditch the Spirit Guide, Mana Vault, and I'm like, if I get to turn 2, I'm going to jam this.
Absolutely.
And
yeah.
then I was talking to the table the whole time, I'm like, do you guys have anything for, like, if you guys had Mental Misstep, I'm guessing you guys don't have it because I played a Esper and a Mana Vault. I would misstep this whole time. And, they were joking around. I just felt like they didn't have it.
Yeah.
Right, so then I go turn 2 upkeep, Mystical, get the Adnos, play the Scrub land. A lot of it was sequencing the right lands too here.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I went, call it, leave 2 black,
Turn one-
Adnos, and then it was over.
Turn 1 fetching for your Tundra was pretty huge.
Yeah.
Being able to have your Esper Sentinel draw you a couple extra cards and then be able to Mystical Tutor in your upkeep to find exactly what you needed. So
I owe it all to Top Deck.
yeah, shout out to
Free Zane.
Top Deck. Free Zane. Yeah, so thanks Larry, and thanks everybody.
I would have been cooked by you, but
No.
the tournament was great.
Yeah.
Come to Darkside. You can win Grim Monoliths and collector boxes. And
Exactly.
last time we had a beta time twister, you could have won that.
Yeah, we did have a beta time twister last time up for grabs. It was a pretty big turnout. So we'll see what they cook up next time for us.
For sure.
All right.
Peace.
Thanks, guys. Till next time.
I have a dream, that's all I need. I I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gon' get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, live it right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here on screen. Okay, it's a dream, and I pray as a team. One day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking right on me to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now. Swear to God, man, I'ma make it soon. Silence all the haters as they see us making moves. I do what I want, so I got nothing to prove. Staying motivated, teaching others what to do. I'm staying focused, my mind is open. They start to notice that I'm in motion. There is no potion, you're not just chosen. It takes devotion to stay composed, man. Never stop, there ain't no time to fall. Try to live, get it up, you got one life to ball. Thinking big, never small, cause you gotta want it all. When you finally get that call, you get ready, take it on. Need a hand out, I already stand out. Starting to advance now, ready to expand now. You don't have a chance now, cause we're in demand now. Make it by the grand now, feeling in command